raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record, please.
Jose Morales, Morales, Highland Avenue, Cheshire.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. You're all set, Attorney Gavin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Morales.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Have you ever testified before?
Never.
Okay. A little nervous?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Mr. Morales, we're going to go nice and slow, okay? And you let me know if you don't understand any of my questions, okay?
Yes.
All right, sir. How old are you?
I'm 48.
Okay. And where were you born?
I was born in Puerto Rico.
Okay. And just tell us a little bit about your background, sir, where you were raised.
I was born in 1976 in the island of Puerto Rico. It's in the east corner tip of the island. I was there till I was 11 years old. We came into the United States.
There's no question pending.
Yes, sir.
He was talking about where he was born.
I understand, and he's going into a narrative without a question pending.
Okay, all right. Well, it was an open-ended question, but I will go ahead and allow you to continue where you were born. If that's it, in Puerto Rico, you can finish with a
May
follow-up.
I also just inquire, Mr. Morales has got something up there that he's...
Napkins.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, I just want to be sure that there wasn't anything that would have been inappropriate.
Attorney Gavin.
Thank you. You were born in Puerto Rico, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Did you come to the United States?
I did.
Okay. When did you come to the United States?
Around 1988, 1989,
And how old were you at that time?
11.
Okay. And, sir, where were you raised? In Connecticut.
Well, we first came into Cheshire, and then from Cheshire we moved into New Haven.
Okay. And when you say we, who are you referring to?
My mom, my two brothers, and my father, but my father ended up going back, so my mother and my two brothers.
Okay.
An older brother and a younger brother.
All right. Sir, how about your educational background? Just tell us in your own words what your educational background is.
When we got here, I went into middle school, 7 and 8 in Fairhaven, then high school, and I got a little bit of college education from Gateway Community College.
At New Haven Community College?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, I want to get this out of the way. Do you have a felony conviction from 2012 and a misdemeanor conviction from 2006?
I do.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right, now, I want to talk about your relationship with Christine Holloway, okay?
All right.
I want you to tell us in your own words, when did you meet Christine Holloway?
I met her late fall, early winter 2016.
Okay. And did you enter into a relationship with her?
Well, at first we met through a dating app, and we started communicating. Then we exchanged numbers. We started talking, and eventually things grew, and we got to know each other good, and we started dating.
Okay, all right. So how long have you been dating Christine Holloway from the time that you first met her through December 2019?
Around 3 years.
Okay, all right. Can you tell us your mom's name?
Lydia de Jesus.
All right. And do you have a stepfather?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's his name?
Marcos Garcia,
Yeah. And where do they reside?
New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay. Can you tell us the address?
105 First Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay. And sir, back in 2019, did you own an automobile?
I do.
And
I
what
did.
And what kind of automobile was that, sir?
Nissan Sentra,
Okay.
2003.
Okay.
Tan color.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to call your attention to the Thanksgiving weekend of 2019, and we're going to start with Wednesday, which was 11/27, okay?
Okay.
So these questions are all involving Wednesday, 11/27, all right? Sir, were you employed as of Wednesday, 11/27, 2019?
No.
Okay. Where were you residing?
2 places.
Okay.
I was living with my parents in New Haven, and I had an apartment with Christine in Ansonia. So in the weekends, I lived in Ansonia. In the weekdays, I lived in New Haven because I had 2 kids that, in New Haven, I lived with my 2 kids in my parents' house. And then I ended up having a kid with Christine, so we got an apartment, and I was also living there.
Okay. Now, was Christine employed back in November of 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know where she was employed?
She was working at a daycare, Morning Bright Daycare in Bridgeport.
All right, okay, and you were familiar with that place of employment, I take it,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
All right, okay. Now, this is the day before Thanksgiving. This is Wednesday, so I'm going to call your attention to the afternoon of Wednesday, November 27, 2019. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened that day?
Well, Wednesday, I remember that I was in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, we were decorating, I was decorating the outside of the house for Christmas. Well, we consider Thanksgiving the inauguration of Christmas, so to speak, the Christmas season. So right before Thanksgiving, my mom and I, we had a whole bunch of different Christmas stuff, and we started decorating, and it was me and my son that were decorating outside
Okay.
in the afternoon of Wednesday.
All right, let's go into the evening hours. What happened in the evening hours?
Well, Christine and I and my son Isaac and I had stayed in Christine's place in Ansonia the weekend prior to that Wednesday. So we had made plans that for the Thanksgiving holiday, she was going to sleep over with us in my parents' house. So she was coming directly. Wednesday, she was working. She was getting out of work around 3:30, but she said she was gonna get out of work a little before that. So around 3, she said she got out of work, and she was heading directly to my parents' house. The day before that, I told her to pack everything.
Mr. Morales,
Yes.
just talk about what happened on the Wednesday. Did Christine show up at your parents' house?
Yes, she did.
Okay, all right, all right. And did she spend the evening there?
She did.
Okay, and can you just tell us who was there? Was your mom and dad there?
Well, my stepfather was there, my mother was there, my son Isaac was there, my daughter Isabella was there, and that was it.
Okay.
And Christine and Vanessa and me.
Great, and that was Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And did she sleep over at the residence at 105 First Avenue that night into Thanksgiving morning?
Yes, she did.
All right, okay. Now, I'm just going to call your attention now. We're going to move to the following day, which is Thursday, okay?
All right.
Thanksgiving Day. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in your own words what happened on Thursday.
All right. So on Thursday, I woke up around. Well, we got up a little bit late because it's a holiday. My mom got up early because she was doing the Christmas cooking. The Thanksgiving cooking. So she got up early for the preparations. Christine and I ended up helping her in the kitchen for a little while. Around noon, we decided to go into Christine's grandmother's house in Bridgeport just to visit with them for a little while. So around 1 o'clock, we left New Haven. Christine, myself, and Vanessa, we left New Haven and went directly into Bridgeport, which is where Christine's grandmother lived at. We ended up getting there around 2 o'clock maybe. We were there for like 2 hours. I remember that her grandmother was there, her mother was there, her sister, her brother. Somebody else was in the house, but he never came out the room. We was there for like 2 hours. We had a Thanksgiving meal together. We played around, everybody enjoyed. We was just in the house hanging out with each other. Everybody was playing with Vanessa. We had a good time. It was a good Thanksgiving day. No problem, no trouble, no nothing. We're just enjoying each other.
Did you come a point where you left Bridgeport and returned to New Haven?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when that was.
After we had the Thanksgiving meal at Grammy House, we say our goodbyes. We got in the car and we just drove directly to New Haven,
Okay.
to my parents' house.
And did you stay in New Haven on Thanksgiving night, which was the 29th? Excuse me, the
Yes.
28th. Sorry about that. On the 28th, Thursday, the 28th, did you stay in New Haven that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you to the following day, okay, which is the Friday, and that would have been the 29th of November. And I want you to tell us in your own words what happened. Let's start with the morning and into the afternoon of Friday, 11/29.
So Friday, I got up early, well, around 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning. Christine, she was sleeping upstairs in my daughter Isabella's room because my mom and my parents are conservative, extremely conservative, and there was going to be, according to, no fornication in their house. So if I sleep over, if I have Christine sleep over, she's going to sleep in one room, I'm going to sleep in a different room because that's the way that my mom allowed it. So she was sleeping in my daughter's room. So I get up around at 8:30, I get ready, I go upstairs, I knocked on the door, I go inside the room, she's in there, she's feeding Vanessa. I play with Vanessa for a little while and we start talking about a noon appointment that we had because when she got to the house on Wednesday, she told me that.
Objection as to what somebody said.
Just tell us what you did.
All right. Well, she was using my car. Kristen been using my car since the fall. I mean, since before summer of 2019, and I was using her car because my car was a little bit better than hers. Her car had no AC. So because her car had no AC, I didn't want her driving around in the summer with Vanessa in a car that has no AC. So she's been using my car, and I was using the Mazda. I didn't have much to drive. She was going up
Just
from
hold on a second.
Ansonia.
You just said a Mazda. What kind of car? Whose car was the Mazda?
The Mazda 2002 was Christine's car.
Okay. All right. So now let me take you to the afternoon. I want to ask, did you come a point where you left the house in New Haven, and did you leave with anybody else?
Yes. So around noon, we had an appointment to go and talk to a salesman at Barbarino Nissan in Wallingford. The appointment was at 12 o'clock. So a little bit before 12 o'clock, Christine, myself, and Vanessa, we got in the Nissan in my car and left to Barbarino's, and I made a quick stop, bought a couple of Lucy's cigarettes because I was trying to quit smoking cigarettes. I wasn't buying a pack of cigarettes, so I bought Lucy's, and we headed to Barbarino's.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you and Christine Holloway going to Barbarino?
Well, we wanted to get a newer car because her car, both of our cars were old. Mine was a 2003, hers was a 2002. But my car was in a little better conditions than hers. So we was going to get her a car first, and then after we'll wait for a little bit longer, and then we was going to get me a car. So we went to Barbarino's to purchase a car for Christine.
Okay. And just tell us, and that was, you had a 12 o'clock appointment. Were you there in the afternoon, which would have been Friday the 29th, sir?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you there?
Well, we got there around 12:15, and we were there till like 5 o'clock.
Okay. Now, were you able, or you or Christine or both of you, were you able to go ahead and select a replacement car?
Objection at this point, Your Honor. He's leading. I've been.
Overruled.
You can.
So, when we got there, we started talking to the salesman. The salesman started doing the credit background and things of that nature. He was approved. So once he was approved, he went and got a vehicle for us to see. Once the vehicle was there, I said, Christine, go take it for a ride. I'm going to stay with Vanessa in here. She took it for a ride. She came back. She loved it. So the decision was made to buy it. The paperwork was being done. Everything was approved. So the salesman asked me, because it was some cash that was going to be given for the vehicle and her Mazda. So her Mazda was gonna be a trade-in, part of the down payment for the new car, for the 4. So the salesman asked me if I can go, if the
Objection to what the
Mazda.
salesman said,
You can't
please, Your
testify.
Honor.
All right.
Mr. Morales, just stay with me for a second.
All right.
Did you leave the dealership and go get Christine's Mazda?
Yes.
And did you return it to?
Objection
Barbarino?
leading, please, Your Honor.
It's just
Sus-
background.
Sustained.
Okay, sir. We'll take, did there come a point in the afternoon where when you left Barbarino?
Yes.
Why?
So I left to go get Christine Mazda. It was
Okay.
parked in front of my parents' house in New Haven. So I went from Wallingford to New Haven, and I was driving the Mazda. I mean, I was driving the Nissan, the one that we took to Wallingford. I drove to my parents' house in New Haven. I parked the Nissan, jumped in the Mazda, and drove right back to Wallingford.
Okay. Your Honor, if we may, I need Exhibit 161
Sure.
with the assistance of the state police, which is the cash report. Mr. Morales, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit number 160, which is full exhibit, which is the cell phone tracking device. Do you have a monitor up there you can
Yes.
see? Okay. All right, sir. So the cell phone tracking device indicates on Friday that your cell phone, and I'm going to ask you what it is in 1 second, that your cell phone tracked from the New Haven area up to the Wallingford area. See that?
Yeah, I see it.
Can you just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your cell phone was back in November 2019?
203-809-2849.
Was that accurate that you left New Haven and you went up to Barbarino?
Yes.
And this analysis is from 10:47 to 11:36. Your Honor, I'm now going to turn the page to page 10. Okay? You see that on the monitor?
Yes.
And that's the time frame from 11:36 a.m. to 2 p.m. And sir, do you see Barbarino Nissan with the icon in the middle of the area?
I do.
Right, that shows that your cell phone was there at Barbarino, correct?
Yes.
No
He's
question
leading you again,
about
Your
that?
Honor, please.
Sustained. Just be careful with the leading.
Thank you. I'm going to now turn the page, Mr. Morales, which is page 11 of the cast report, okay? And from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and do you see the direction to travel?
Yes.
What was the direction to travel?
Back to New Haven.
Okay. And did that happen?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us in your own words, sir. What time did you leave Barbarino and where'd you go?
We left around 5:30, something like that. And we went directly to my parents' house in New Haven. We did a little joyriding to test drive the car a little bit more, but then we went directly to my parents' house.
And just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you recall what type of vehicle was purchased at Barbarino?
Yes, it was a Ford Focus, black Ford Focus.
All right. Now, so you told us you returned back to New Haven, correct?
Yes.
Tell us in your own words what happened next.
So when we got back, the first thing that happened was that my Isaac and Bella, my children, they came outside and started playing with the car, jumping in, looking at it. We went back inside. Wednesday, I started, when I was doing the decoration, I told my mother, I'm going to continue it on Friday after Thanksgiving Day. So As soon as we got back, we continued doing it with the decorations. We ate, then we went in the living room, and we were decorating the Christmas tree.
Okay. What happened next after you decorated the Christmas tree on that Friday?
Well, after a while I was decorating the Christmas tree, somebody started calling me or texting me.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about Christine. What did Christine do?
Well, she was helping us.
Okay. Just after you were done helping, what happened next?
Well, I got a text and a call from this guy that wanted a ride to Bridgeport.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, I'll strike the portion of the response that says that wanted a ride, that's hearsay.
Okay, let me focus you here, okay? Because you can't testify what somebody else said or texted you.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just talk about what you observed, okay? All right, where, if anywhere, did Christine stay at 105 First Avenue in New Haven?
No.
Okay, just tell us, where did Christine go?
Okay, I get it. So, once we got done with everything, the decoration, and it was time to go, she was gonna go back. So, I started getting the phone calls and the text, whatever, from a person. And, I helped her, we packed up, I put everything in the car. So I told her, I said, all right, so I'm gonna see you in a little while. I'm gonna go somewhere, and then after I do whatever I gotta do, I'll meet you in Ansonia. She was like, okay.
Objection to what someone else said, please, Your Honor.
Sustained as to what
You can't
Christine
testify
said,
what
I'll
somebody
just
else
strike
said.
that from the record then.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Mr. Morales, I want you to stay focused now, okay?
Yes.
All right, where did Christine go?
She went back
Objection,
to Ansonia.
speculation. He's,
I'll sustain it unless he has personal knowledge.
Do you know where Christine was going to?
Well,
Just,
yes,
sir, yes or no?
yes.
Yeah, okay, and where was that?
Back
Again,
to the
speculation.
apartment.
I'll allow it.
Back to the apartment in Ansonia.
Okay, that's 6.5 Myrtle Avenue in the
6.5 Myrtle Avenue. Yes.
Okay, so let's go, so she left, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go slow at the.
Well, I left first, and then she was.
Okay, you left. You tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where did you go?
I went to a guy named Hector's house
Okay, why?
because he wanted a ride.
objection, Your Honor, as to what he said.
I went
I'm
to.
gonna, hold on a minute. Are you claiming that
Yes, Your Honor.
as?
Yeah.
What's the exception to hearsay?
It was the effect on the
Okay,
hearing.
all right. So ladies and gentlemen, the statement because he wanted a ride is not being offered for the truth of the matter as to what Hector said. It's to show the conduct or the effect of those words on Mr. Morales and why he went to Hector's house, okay? Not being offered for the truth of the matter. So I am limiting your consideration to that response solely as it applies to the effect on Jose Morales' conduct upon hearing that. All right, you may continue.
Without telling us what anybody else said,
Okay.
we just want to ask you, what did you do into the evening hours of Friday, the 29th of 2019?
Okay.
Just tell us what you did, sir.
So after leaving my parents' house, I went into Hector's house, picked him up, and drove to Bridgeport
Okay, why'd you drive to Bridgeport?
because he wanted a ride.
Okay, why?
He asked me for a ride.
Objection.
Okay,
Sustained
Yeah.
in terms of what Hector asked for. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the whole he wanted a ride and the reason for going to Bridgeport, I think we understand the connection to show the effect on the listener, which was Jose Morales, not being offered for the truth of the matter. You may proceed.
thank you. Did you go to Bridgeport?
Yes.
What did you do in Bridgeport, Connecticut?
When we got to Bridgeport, first, I don't really know my way in Bridgeport, so he was guiding me around. We went to a gas station. He went inside. Then we left the gas station and we went to meet somebody that he wanted to meet.
Okay, all right, and then what happened?
So we met this guy, the guy that he was going to meet. He wanted to buy drugs.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
what
I'll
fact?
just indicate to the jury that they're to strike that portion of the response from Mr. Jose Morales on the stand that said he wanted to buy drugs. You may proceed.
Okay. You can't testify what Hector said or somebody else. Just tell us your own observations. What happened in Bridgeport?
All right. So we met with the person that he asked for the right to meet for. Is that-
That's fine. You may continue.
And what happened next? Just tell us in your own words what happened.
All right. So he got whatever he wanted to get, and we drove away from that area.
Okay.
So as we driving away, he's rolling a blunt.
All right. Just go slow now for us. What's a blunt?
Oh, a blunt is when you got the a cigar. You take the guts out of a cigar, and you put weed in it, or you put whatever it is that you want to put in it. They roll it up, and you smoke it.
Okay. All right. So thank you. So you were in the vehicle, Mr. Morales, and just tell us in your own words what happened.
All right. So I'm thinking that he's rolling a blunt. I'm thinking that he's rolling weed, but I'm not sure because I'm driving and he's guiding me around. So he starts smoking. He passed it to me. I start smoking too. So we start smoking together. Next thing you know, I wake up somewhere else in Bridgeport, in the passenger seat of my car, with Hector in the driver's seat. It's a whole bunch of people around the car. He's talking. I don't know any of these people. These are his friends. He's talking to them, and I'm like, what happened? And they start laughing like I passed out. So I said, let's get out of here. Let's go. So he turned the car on, and we just take off.
Okay. Now, were you in the passenger seat or the driver's seat at that point?
I was in the passenger seat.
Okay. Just 1 second, if I may, Your Honor. Sir, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as the cast report on the time frame on Friday evening. Just 1 second, please. I just wanna make sure I have the right page. Yeah. Great. And, sir, did you have your cell phone with you
I did.
when you went down to Bridgeport?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine. Now, you said that you were in the car, you smoked something, and then there came a point that you left Bridgeport. Is that correct?
Yes.
And approximately what time was that?
I'm thinking around 9 o'clock,
All right.
8, 9 o'clock at night.
Okay. Now, you're in Bridgeport, 8, 9 o'clock at night. Now, Mr. Rodriguez is driving and you're in the passenger seat. Is that correct?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where'd you go?
Well, as we driving back, I'm still in and out of it because I was high. I got so high that I wasn't really focusing on anything. I couldn't focus on anything.
All right, let me stop you there. When you say you were in and out of it, tell us what that means.
That means I was in and out of consciousness. Like, I was just drifting from consciousness into non-conscious.
Okay. Had you ever been in that state before?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, as you sit here now, do you know what it was that you ingested when you were in Bridgeport?
Yeah, he rolled the bag of dust,
Okay.
blunt, PCP.
All right. So when you say he rolled a bag of dust, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
He in the blunt that he was rolling, he put dust. He rolled the bag of dust.
All right. The jury doesn't know what dust is. Okay. So we have to go slow here. Okay. All right.
Sorry.
You said that it was PCP. Is that
Yes.
correct? And just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, does PCP also have other street names?
Yes.
Okay, and
PCP
what-
is also known as angel dust.
Is known as angel dust?
Yes.
Okay. So when you had ingested and you had smoked the marijuana blunt, it had PCP in it, correct?
Yes.
And you had
Your Honor, I'm going
ingested.
to object at this point to leading. First of all, there's no evidence before this jury that it is marijuana. His testimony was he thought they were going to purchase marijuana, but now he's testifying that he smoked dust. So there is no evidence at this point of marijuana.
I'll sustain the objection.
And I would ask again that the questions not be leading, please.
So, you were in New Haven. You felt the effects of what you smoked, correct?
Yes.
Had you felt like that previously when you had ingested drugs in the past?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what happens when you ingested drugs like that in the past.
Well, I started smoking PCP or angel dust when I was like 16 years old. And I've been smoking it ever since.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point that this is improper. It's propensity evidence, character evidence. What he did at a previous time is not relevant to.
All right, I'll allow the answer if the answer is going to be what, in response to the question was, which was, how had you felt like that previously when you had ingested drugs in the past? Just how he felt, not a recitation of the history of any drug ingestion. So partially, I guess, sustained, but I will allow the answer to the actual question that was asked.
Okay, you can answer.
Just how he felt.
How do you feel?
previously.
Was it similar to how you had felt in the past when you had ingested drugs?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a relapse.
All right. Now, I want you to
Your
tell.
Honor, I would move to strike. It
Okay,
was
I'll move-
non-responsive.
I'll strike, it was a relapse, so I'll strike that from evidence as unresponsive. The only answer that you should consider at this point would be the yes. All right, Attorney Gavin, you may
Thank you,
proceed.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. We have to be very careful with our answers, okay? All right,
Yes.
Mr. Morales? But you told us that you had felt like that in the past, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And please, tell the ladies and gentlemen, when you were in the car in Bridgeport going back to New Haven, how did you feel?
Well, like I said before, I was in and out of it because I haven't smoked that in so long that
Objection,
Just
Your
how
Honor.
did you feel?
Sustained.
And I would also ask that the defendant move closer to the mic because I can barely hear him.
All right,
Okay.
so
No.
let me deal with one thing at a time. So again, I'll sustain the objection. We're just going to answer the question that's asked, and I will ask you please to just keep your voice up a little bit, Mr. Morales, so everyone can hear you, and just make sure you're keeping up close to the mic. All right, Attorney Gavin.
All right.
Thank you.
So you were describing how you felt in the vehicle. Tell us with specificity, how did you feel in the vehicle?
well, I was high, confused. Everything was blurry. I couldn't really see. I had no focus. Everything seemed really dark, and that's how I felt.
That's fine. Where did you go after you left Bridgeport?
Well, we were supposed to go directly to New
Where
Haven.
did you go? Just tell us where you went, not where you were supposed to go.
Well, I remember several stops were made in our way back to New Haven from Bridgeport.
Okay, just tell us where. What do
Not
you recall?
clear. I don't remember. I was in and out of it, but I know that we stopped in a couple of spots.
Oh, okay, so just so the testimony's clear, you recall stopping, but you don't know the location, is that fair?
Exactly. I wasn't driving, and I wasn't.
The question's been asked, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
Okay. Where, after you left Bridgeport, you told us the condition that you were in, did you return anywhere?
We went back to Hector's house
And where was that located?
in East Haven,
In East Haven, Connecticut? Okay. And what time did you get back to Hector's house? Approximately.
10 o'clock, 10:30.
All right. And just tell us in your own words, what did you do next after you returned to East Haven, Connecticut?
So once we got to his house, we parked behind the house. We went inside. Hector started talking to some people. He started making drug
No, no.
transactions.
No, you can't talk about what somebody else said or did. Just tell me, you went back to New Haven to Hector's house, correct?
Yeah, all right. So
Okay,
we went.
how long were you at Hector's house?
We went upstairs. I was there for. Once we got inside his house, there was some other people in there. They were really not that friendly to me. So At the same time, I got a call from Christine. I went outside the house. I talked on the phone for a little while. I said, I'll be there in a few minutes. We just got back. She was waiting for me in Ansonia. It was supposed to take 2 hours top right, and it's already like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. Almost 12, midnight, whatever. And I told Hector, all right, I'm leaving. And I can say what he did.
Sure.
So he started like he went in his pocket and he started giving me stuff. And I was like, what's this? And he was like,
Objection as to what he said.
But just be careful not to say what he said. You can talk about his actions, but not what he said.
What did Hector do?
well, he gave me everything that was in my pockets, all my stuff. Somehow he had it. And he gave it to me. He said something. And I took it. But he also gave me 2 bags of dust.
Okay,
and he
let me
said-
just stop you there. Is that the PCP you referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he gave you 2 bags. Describe it for the jury.
Well, it's 2 like dime bags, little Ziploc bags that you put weed in it or whatever. Two bags of that.
Okay. And then what happened next?
Well, I grabbed everything that he gave because he gave it to me with the other stuff that he was giving it. I grabbed everything and I got out of there because the guys that were in there with him gave me a bad vibe. So
Okay, so let me just stop you, okay? So you left the apartment, is that correct? Okay, and where did you go?
well, I went into my car.
Okay, all right, and you went into the Nissan Sentra,
Yes.
okay, and just
Objection,
tell,
we're leading, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Well,
just tell us, where'd you go next?
so I got in my car. I wanted to get out of there. First of all, I didn't want to.
Non-responsive, Your
Sir,
Honor.
where did you go next? You were at Hector's. Where did you go next?
Well, I drove to like downtown New Haven and I parked somewhere.
Okay, how long were you there?
Not sure.
Okay, what happened next that you recall?
Well, I parked because I wanted to get my head straight a little bit because I was still like, I'm lucky I made it to downtown New Haven.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, you got to answer my questions, okay?
Yes.
All right, you said you left Hector's, you went to downtown New Haven, you
Yes.
parked the car. Do you
Yes.
have any recollection how long you were there?
Probably half hour, 40 minutes.
All right, and just tell us what happened next, sir.
Well, Christine called me again. So I turned the car on and I started driving to Ansonia.
Okay, where were you going to?
Ansonia.
Okay, all right, at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes,
Okay, and did you arrive there at 6.5 Myrtle?
I did.
Okay, and approximately what time was it?
12:15.
All right, okay, and what did you do when you arrived at 6.5 Myrtle? This is,
So I parked. I got out of the car. I started grabbing the stuff. I went in my pockets looking for the key. I couldn't find the key to my key to the apartment was missing. I couldn't find that, so I called Christine.
okay. And then what did you do? Did you go into the apartment?
Well, once the door was unlocked, I grabbed everything that from the car. I grabbed my laptop, my backpack, the base to the car seat that was still in my car. So I grabbed that and I went inside.
Okay. Into the apartment at 6.5 Myrtle.
Inside the apartment of six
Right?
and a
And
half.
Christine
Murder.
Holloway was there, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, we're leading. And also, can we approach a logical breaking point for the afternoon recess at some point, please?
We'll break at 3:30. You may continue.
Thank you.
You went into the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
Well, the first thing that I did was I put this stuff down. Christine was on the bed. All the lights were off. I walked up to Christine. I gave her a kiss. I started talking to her and I told her about what this dude just did to me.
Okay. Did you stay in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now this is now into Saturday morning. Okay. Yeah?
Yes.
You oriented with me?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
here.
Right. So you had left Bridgeport and New Haven, and you went back. Now it's Saturday morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on Saturday, which would have been the 30th, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do on Saturday, November 30th, 2019?
Well, that day, we woke up around 8 in the morning, 8:30. I went in the bathroom, did my thing. Christine was taking care of Vanessa. We were just in the house. I didn't do nothing. We didn't go nowhere.
Okay, just, did you leave the apartment on Saturday, November
No,
30th?
I didn't leave the apartment at all on Saturday. We
Did-
were in there.
Did Christine Holloway leave the apartment on Saturday?
No, she didn't.
Okay, you were there the entire day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to the evening, Saturday evening into Sunday morning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start from the midnight time frame, okay? What did you do around midnight on, which would now be Sunday, December 1st, 2019?
So, we were watching TV all day, right? So around midnight, I started getting them cravings for dust that I had just smoked. And it started running through my mind that I still had 2 other bags, right?
I can't hear him, Your Honor.
You have to speak
So
loud.
it was going through my mind that I still had 2 bags of dust left. So the craving was getting the best of me. So I told Christine I'm about to roll a bag and smoke. She said, "Okay." whatever.
Objection, Your
Don't
Honor.
say what she said. Just say what you
Move to
did.
strike it, please.
Sustained. Court is going to strike what Christine said, that you're not to consider that as evidence. Thank you.
Please, just tell us what you did, sir.
All right. So after I rolled a bag, I went outside to the front of the apartment to the deck
To
to
the deck.
smoke.
Okay, and what did you do on the front of the deck?
I smoked the bag of dust. I smoked the blunt.
Okay, all right. And how long were you outside?
This was around 1 o'clock. When I went outside to smoke, it was around 1 o'clock in the morning. And probably 10 minutes, I was out there for like 10, 15 minutes smoking. And I smoked the whole blunt.
Okay, and what'd you do next?
Well, I got super high. Obviously, I haven't smoked in a while.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What happened next? What'd you do next?
So I was high. I got sort of what happened Friday. I got disoriented. Everything got blurry. I couldn't see clear. I was stumbling. Sort of like, it's like taking a gallon of vodka and drinking it in one shot. So, anyways, I stumbled my way inside of the apartment. I left the screen door closes itself. I left the door open because the front door I left it ajar, whatever, and I walked right inside into the bathroom.
Okay, what'd you do when you were in the apartment?
I went into the bathroom.
Okay, and what'd you do in the bathroom?
In the bathroom, I sat on the toilet. Not to use the toilet, but just to sit there, because next to the toilet, there's a window. There's a sky window on top of the tub that we leave open. So inside the house, I can only smoke cigarettes, only in the bathroom with the door closed. So I went and sat down on the toilet. I cracked the window, because once I crack that window, I can light a cigarette. And if I light a cigarette with only one window open, the smoke stays inside. But once I open the other window, the smoke goes out of one window faster. So I sat on the toilet and I started smoking a cigarette, and I started looking out the front window. And I was like dozing off and
Your Honor, I'm going to
Hi.
object to the narrative at this point. Just, it's a running narrative.
Okay, well, we'll stop
Okay.
at that point and then you can continue.
Thank you. Okay, so at that point, you were in the bathroom, you looked out the window. What did you see and what did you do?
all right. So as I'm sitting there looking out the window, smoking the cigarette, I look, and from across the street in Myrtle Avenue, from across the street, from the east side of the house, which is, if you facing out the right side of the house, across the street in the sidewalk, I start seeing movement coming on the sidewalk.
I'm attempting to enter two exhibits, which I understand the state has an objection to, and I don't know if you want to do that in front of the jury.
Okay, well, why don't we take a look and see what it is?
Sure.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, they've been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit D as in David and Defense Exhibit U as in under.
Okay,
The two handmade maps by Mr. Morales diagrams.
okay. All right, and I'll hear the state's objection to the maps.
Your Honor, these are hand-drawn exhibits by the defendant. I believe that I'm not sure quite frankly what their purpose is. If they're for demonstrative purposes, there is incorrect information on these things. There are hand-drawn arrows, there are directional indications that the state does not agree with the directional indications. It is has self-serving arrows. I'm not quite sure what those are all about, which is again requires beyond the testimony of the defendant at this point.
What is the purpose of the introduction of the diagrams?
Mr. Morales is going to testify in regard to the inside of the apartment, where he was and what he saw and what he observed. And the maps, Your Honor, and don't forget he's been incarcerated for 5 years. He doesn't have the ability to go ahead and duplicate that the way that the state does, though they've had this for a long period of time. He can testify in regard to the location of the house and the side streets, what he observed. It's important next. And certainly the state can cross-examine him for admissibility purposes. I think they're both admissible. They're demonstrable.
Why don't you just lay the foundation with the witness outside the presence of the jury at this
Thank you.
point in time?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Morales, I have two exhibits. We're going to start with D as in David, Your Honor.
Okay,
Okay. Can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, I made it.
Okay. And when did you make that document?
Like a couple of months ago.
Okay. And where did you make that document?
Where?
Yeah.
In
Where
my
were you?
In my cell.
In your cell.
I cannot hear him, Your Honor.
In my cell.
myself.
You, Jose, the fan is really loud,
All right,
so
yeah.
you got to talk like twice as loud as you thought you wanted to.
Okay.
All right. So, what does Exhibit D as in David that's in front of you there? What does that depict?
It's the inside of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Okay. Now you're going to testify in regard to what occurred at 6.5 Myrtle. Would that assist you to go ahead in your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
Is that why you prepared this document?
Yes.
So that you could reference it?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's also been marked as Exhibit U as in under. Okay. Could you take a look at that, sir?
Yes.
What does that depict?
The area around 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Okay. And that's the streets that surround 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes.
Where you've been testifying and you're about to testify. You were on in the morning of December 1st,
Yes.
and it shows the side streets, correct?
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. He's leading the witness.
It's a proffer.
I understand what it is, but he should still be creating his own foundation.
Attorney Stein. Are you done with the proffer?
I would just. All right, Mr. Morales, does the map area that you created, does that show the side streets?
It does.
And would that also help you testify in front of the jury here?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And in regard to the directions north, south, east, and west, where did you get those designations?
From a Connecticut atlas.
From an
Map,
atlas?
yeah.
Okay. And they both would help you testify?
Yes, they will.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Stein.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you wish to be heard?
Oh, I thought that you were about to say something.
No,
I apologize. All right. With regard to demonstrative evidence, Your Honor, it has to be a fair and accurate representation of what it portrays or conveys. It needs to be helpful or necessary to make the witness's testimony understandable to the trier of fact. It has to have a reasonable tendency to prove or disprove a material fact, to shed some light upon its materiality. And to this extent, we have 100 pictures of the inside of 6.5 Myrtle Street in evidence in this case, as well as several maps that were introduced through various witnesses with regard to camera locations, as well as other things along that line. To start to admit this self-drawn, self-serving demonstrative evidence, I do not believe that this is going to lend any substantial assistance to the jury in any of these issues.
All right, so Attorney Stein, those are the state's exhibits. This is the defendant's case. The defendant's testifying. He indicated it would help and assist his testimony to the jury. He also indicated what was purported to be displayed in those diagrams. I acknowledge they're not to scale. That's subject to cross-examination. Also, he indicated that they represent that area as he believes it to be, and they represent also authentically the inside of that apartment. So for those reasons, and the reasons that those items can be cross-examined relative to scale and any inaccuracies you believe are depicted in those particular exhibits, I'm going to allow the exhibits to come in as full exhibits.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. All right, I'll take those back, Mr. Morales, please. Thank you. Attorney Governor. Why don't we mark them as full now? Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to be using the 911 call
Okay.
just so the court's aware, so we're going to have some technical.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
What are the letters of those, please?
Your Honor, the inside of the apartment is D as in David,
Okay,
and the street map
yes,
is U as in under.
okay. All right, so court has accepted into evidence as full D and U on behalf of the defense. We'll call the jury, I'll bring the jury in, please. Thank you.
Okay, buddy.
Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the present, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Gavin, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Morales, I believe where we left off, you indicated that you had gone outside to smoke. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you indicated that you were smoking PCP at that time.
I was.
Objection, Your Honor, again. He's, at this point, we're restating the testimony.
Okay, overruled. We took a break, counsel. You may continue.
I did.
You were smoking PCP.
I did, yes.
Okay, and what effect did the PCP have on you?
Well, it made me lose my focus. I got blurry, disoriented. I lost my balance. I couldn't see clear.
Okay, and then you said, I believe we left off that you had testified that you went back into the apartment. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you went into the bathroom area. And I think that's where we left off, Your Honor. Okay, great. Sir, I'm going to show you two exhibits that have been marked as full exhibits. One is Exhibit D as in David, and one is Exhibit U. So we just take a second here, okay?
All right.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to publish Exhibit D as in David.
Fine.
Okay. Mr. Morales, can you see that exhibit?
Yes, I can.
D as in David? Can
Yes.
you tell us who made that diagram?
I did.
Okay, and where did you do that?
It's of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Yes.
Can you just, I want you to describe, go slow, describe for us what is depicted in the exhibit.
All right. So we have the outside deck in the front, the walkway in. You got the screen door, the door. Then you got a little towel area. That's where you put your stuff before you get into the open living space.
All right, so just 1 second, just if you could look at the monitor. You said the deck area, correct?
Yes.
And you said there was a doorway,
Yes.
and there was a screen door and a secure door, correct?
That's correct.
And then a tile area?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And then we go into the living area.
Okay, is that over here?
Yes.
All right, what else is depicted?
Then we have a closet right in the upper corner. Well, right next to the towel. That's the closet. Yep. Then we have the kitchen,
Okay,
and it's like an island with the stove in the middle.
okay, in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Then we have the dresser that I placed there to kind of make an illusion of a bedroom.
Okay, is that where it says room?
No, right in the middle above the bed.
Oh, I see, yes, I'm sorry.
You see the dress? Yes, yes.
Okay, so just so the record's clear, in the sort of middle of the middle of the diagram, it says bureau, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you were referring to.
That's just, yes.
Okay, yep. What else is
Then we have the room that you just pointed in.
this one?
Yes.
In the top left-hand corner.
And we have the laundry room next to the bedroom area.
Okay, was that over here, sir?
Yes. You have the dryer and the washer in there.
D and the W,
Yes.
okay,
And the bathroom.
okay. And what was in the bathroom?
The bathroom, we have the tub, the toilet, the sink, and a little dresser where we put the towels and stuff like that.
Okay. And sir, there are indications on the outside. Do you see this?
Yes, that's where West Street is at.
Okay. Is that the side street from
Yes.
6th Myrtle?
That's the side street.
And how about on the top portion?
That's Cottage Avenue. That's the one that is behind 6.5 Myrtle. That's the one to the garage.
Your Honor, I'm now going to publish Exhibit U as in under. All right, Mr. Morales, I want to go slow here again. You see Exhibit U? You
Yes.
see that up on?
It's upside down.
That better?
Yep, there you go.
All right, so let's start with the easy thing. Can you tell me where 6.5 Myrtle is?
It's right in the middle, right there. Yes,
Is that, and that's the residence that Christine was residing in?
yes.
That you referred to? Okay, and what street runs in front of 6.5 Myrtle? Sorry, which one? Poorly worded. What street runs in front of the address 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Myrtle Avenue.
Okay, and then does Myrtle Avenue continue along?
Yes,
All right, now, there are diagrams here. It says 2, 6, 6.5. Can you identify that for the jury?
yes. Those are the next door houses.
Okay, next door neighbors.
Yes,
All right, and how about this designation here, Judson Place?
that's the street to the side of the house next to 2
Okay.
Myrtle Ave.
All right, and 6.5 Myrtle, was that contained between Judson Place and West Street?
It is.
Okay, and you can access Myrtle Avenue by going down Cottage, correct?
Yes,
And you can go up Judson, correct?
yes.
And you can make a right on Myrtle,
Yep, yes.
and you can circle around and come back down on West,
That's correct.
and you can either go straight onto Mott Street or you can turn on Cottage.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Sunday morning, 12/1, okay? Do you need any of these diagrams?
Yes, that one.
This
Yes.
one? Okay, let's put this up. I want you to tell, and Your Honor, just for the record, that's Exhibit D as in David.
Thank you.
I want you to go slow, and I only want you to tell us what you observed. You went back into the apartment and tell us in your own words what you personally observed.
All right, so I went from the deck into the apartment, and I went into the bathroom, and I was sitting right on the toilet, looking out the window towards the front of the house. From across the street, I saw movement first, and then I saw two individuals walking on the sidewalk across the street
On what street?
on Myrtle Avenue.
Okay,
One of the individuals started walking across the street towards the apartment, and he did a bit of a jog towards the apartment.
okay.
When I saw that, warning signs and bells and alarms started running through my head.
What action did you take after you made that observation?
My first intention was to
No,
run.
what did you do? Just tell us. You saw it, made that observation. What did you do?
Well, I tried to work my way out the bathroom to close the front door, but because I was so intoxicated, I couldn't really move. So I made it to where the bureau is at, around that area, in the little kitchen area, right in between. I made it to like right here, right in
Okay,
between
let me just, we have to put this on the record, Mr. Morales.
Yes,
The bathroom area is over here,
yes.
okay, and you came out,
So I stumbled my way out the bathroom
okay,
and made it to right where the bureau is at, next to the up the corner, yeah, but up by the kitchen.
okay. There,
No, a little bit above that.
a little bit above that.
Yeah, a little bit more, right there, around right there.
All right, so just so the record, you've indicated on the exhibit, it says bureau, and then there's the kitchen area, correct?
Yes,
All right, and you were between the bureau and the kitchen area?
yes.
Okay, and what steps did you take next?
Well, because I was so intoxicated that I couldn't do what I really wanted to do. I went in my pocket, I grabbed my phone, and I dialed 911.
Okay, let's just stop there. Your Honor, we're going to play Exhibit 162 at this juncture with the court's permission.
That's fine.
Mr. Morales, can you identify whose voice is on State's Exhibit 162?
Yes, that's my voice.
That's you calling 911?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What number Myrtle? What number house on Myrtle Ave? Where are you on Myrtle Ave? Where are you on Myrtle Ave? What number? Hello? 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 Hello?
Thank you. Mr. Morales, you hear a female voice in the background. Can you identify for the jury whose voice that was?
That's Christine's voice.
Okay, so just tell us in your own words. You said you got your cell phone, you called 911, and what happened with Christine?
Well, Christine was sitting on the bed. She was watching TV.
Okay, All right,
So she had no idea what was going on.
okay,
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay.
Just, hold on a moment. Let me just strike that part of the response that said she had no idea what was going on. Thank you.
all right. Did you have a conversation with Miss Holloway at that point?
No,
Okay. Did she come over and talk on the phone
no.
in the background?
She was talking to me.
That's what I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay, okay. There's no question that's Miss Holloway's voice at that point,
Yes.
correct? All right, all right. Now, you made the 911 call. I want you to go very, very slow for me now, okay?
Okay.
Tell us what happened next, what your observations were, what happened next.
So I called 911. I don't know how much time went by. Seconds. I felt hit. I got hit on the right side of my face. I lost my balance. I already had no balance to begin with. I lost my balance. I fell. I tried to lean on the little kitchen island. I couldn't get to it because I was not that close to it. So I fell. I got on my floor, on my knees and my hands, and I got hit right around my chest area. I stood there, laid out on the floor, high, extremely in a daze from I had just finished smoking a blunt. So at the same time, I'm listening, but I'm on the floor and I can hear that there's a struggle going on in the bed area. There's a fight. I hear screams. At the same time, I hear that somebody leaves the apartment. I see that somehow Christine got away from whoever it is that she was fighting with and tried to run out the apartment to go after the guy that left the apartment with Vanessa. The guy that she was struggling with was chasing her. Can you put the diagram? Yeah.
What do you want to say?
The one inside the apartment.
You want to see the
The other
map?
one. The one that's over there, yeah, that one.
Okay, I'm sorry. So this is Exhibit D.
Yes.
Okay, you can use this if you want to explain.
So from the little kitchen area right there, the kitchen island, that's where I was at, in the living room
Okay,
area. And I hear the struggle going on in the bed area.
this is notated the bed over here.
Yes. I'm on the floor. Over there by the kitchen island. And I hear that somebody leaves the apartment first while Christine is still struggling by the bed area.
Okay,
She gets away from the person that she's struggling with and run towards the outside.
towards the door area.
Yeah, towards the door area.
Okay. Where it says
But-
hold on, where it says entrance.
Yes, but she doesn't get that far.
Okay,
She gets to in between the carpet and the tiles.
all right,
And-
just go slow, hold on. There's a checkerboard.
That's the tiles.
Hold on, just hold on. I know you're interested.
All right, okay.
Okay. In the front of the doorway, was that area tiled?
Yes,
Okay, right up to the end of the closet and the bathroom?
yes,
Correct?
yes, correct.
And what about in the center area of the living room? Was that tiled?
No, that's carpet.
All right, okay. Now, if we're oriented, go ahead, you continue what you saw.
So I'm on the floor. Christine running towards the outside of the apartment. She either tripped or collapsed. By the half of her body's on the towel, the other half of the body's on the carpet.
Half of her body was on the tiled area by the doorway and half
Yes.
on the carpet area.
Yes.
Okay.
The guy that's running behind her stops and hits her with a crowbar. He gets up, he start pacing. Bitch, you scratched me. That's what he says.
I'm sorry, objection to what he said.
Sustained. All
Can't
right.
testify to somebody else.
Again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am just going to strike that portion of the response which said, I believe, quote, something about striking me or bitch something.
Right.
All right, so whatever was said, please strike from your notes if you have them. Thank you.
Okay. So, the gentleman.
So,
Hold on. I know you're anxious. The gentleman is still there, Christine is there, and you're there, correct?
yes.
Okay. And just in your own words, what happened next?
So he hits her first, one time. He gets up. He's paced, he's angry, and he's cussing out. He hits her 2 more times. As he's hitting her, I'm still on the floor. I see that when he's pulling, he got a crowbar in his hand. I see the crowbar. When he's pulling back, stuff is just pouring out of Christine's head and splashing all over the place. I tried to do something, but I can't because I'm stuck. I'm PCP and I'm stuck. So
What does stuck mean?
I couldn't move. I was in the verge of passing out, of blacking out on the PCP. The same thing that happened to me the Friday night when I.
Okay. Let's get back to here. Okay, you were stuck. What happened next?
So the only thing that I can do is scream. I try to scream, stop. He looks at me. He points at Christine with the crowbar, and he said,
Objection.
Being offered, Your Honor, it's being offered for the effect it had on the hearing. There's an exception. that would be
Objection, Your
applicable
Honor.
here.
It's self-serving, completely self-serving.
All right, so I don't know what the statement is going to be,
I understand.
but
I didn't want to have that.
that's all right. I'm going to ask the jury just to step out for a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's very. Yeah. This is good.
Thank you. All right, counsel, the witness was just about to say someone said something. You're claiming a hearsay objection or that you're not entering it for the truth of the matter, or it's the effect on the listener. I am getting the sense from the state that they feel it's too prejudicial to be heard in front of the jury. What is the statement that is anticipated here?
What you, the witness. just
Sure.
said. Okay. Now, to the point where we just stopped, Mr. Morales, okay?
yes,
Keep your voice
Yeah.
up, okay? You said the individual, the individual said something to you, correct?
yes.
And what was it that was said to you?
He's pointing at Christine with the crowbar. He's looking at me. He said to me that if I call police, the same thing will happen to your daughter.
That's
And
the
he-
offer. That's what he said, that's the offer, Your Honor. And where it's relevant is in regard to what effect it had on him in regard to calling the police.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
So in other words, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter. However, you're telling me that the effect is basically the rest of his testimony is going to be that he didn't call the police because of that statement.
What effect it had on him in regard
Okay.
to his,
Okay, all right.
yep.
Does the state wish to be heard on that?
Yeah, Your Honor, it's completely self-serving. He's already testified that he
Well,
was.
wait, it's not being claimed as hearsay. It's being claimed not for the truth of the matter. It's being claimed for the effect that it had on Mr. Morales. Jury will be given a limited instruction.
There was already testimony with regards to him being stuck and he couldn't do anything. So now we're offering a non-hearsay statement to show that what effect it
Attorney
had on him.
Durso, this is the defendant's testimony. It's subject to cross-examination. The proffer is that it's going to be stated that that's why he didn't call the police. That shows an effect on the listener, so I will allow it,
I would ask for an eliminating instruction then with regards to the statement.
of course. please stipulate to the return of the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stipulate the presence.
All right. Attorney Gavin, I'll allow you to have your client complete that particular part of his answer, and then I will provide a limiting instruction to the jury. So please stop at that point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Morales, just one question to answer. When we broke, you said that the man that was in the apartment said something to you. What did he say?
He said to me, he was standing there, he was pointing at
What did
Christine.
he say
Objection,
to
Your
you?
Honor, it's non-responsive.
Mr. Morales, what did he say to you?
He said that if I call police, the same thing that happened to Christine will happen to my daughter.
Okay,
All right.
just stop right there.
Objection noted, Attorney Stein. Members of the jury, the witness has now testified to hearing a statement of another. Normally, that testimony is known as hearsay and not permitted. There is an exception to that rule when the witness testifies that he or she did something because of what he or she heard. In this particular case, it doesn't matter who uttered the statement or how the speaker gathered that information or whether the statement is truthful or accurate. It matters that someone uttered the words and the witness did something on hearing those words. So in this instance, you may not consider what the witness heard for the truth of the words spoken. You may consider those words only for the reason they are offered, and that is solely for the limited purpose to explain what this witness did upon hearing those words. So now I'll let you continue, Attorney Gavin.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Morales. After the individual said that, what happened next?
He walked out of the apartment.
Okay, now, what at that point, sir, what did you do?
I struggled to get up. I stumbled my way into the front door. I came out onto the door and the deck area.
Okay, hold on for just 1 second.
Attorney Gavin, we haven't connected the effect on the listener. We haven't responded to that.
I'm so sorry.
The effect on the listener, we haven't connected that yet.
Oh, okay. It's going to continue for the next 3 or
I
4
understand
days.
that, but we need to, those words, what did he do upon hearing those words, or what was the effect on his conduct?
What, when you heard the words that the man said to you, what effect did it have on you?
It terrified me.
Okay, all right. And then did those words have an effect on you in regard to your conduct the next 2 or 3 days?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'll represent to you that I'm going to take them.
Well, I need to, for the jury, I want to connect it now. Just ask what it was. What was the
Okay.
effect of those words?
Okay, as a consequence of hearing that, what effect did that have on you? Did you call the police?
No, I did not.
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What effect did it have on you?
I was afraid to call the police.
All right, thank you, Attorney.
Thank you.
You may
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, you said the man left, and I believe you testified that you were in the location of the kitchen living room area where my dad is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened next.
Well, I got up. I stumbled my way into the doorway.
Okay, hold on. So you're in the living room area. You went to the doorway area
Yes.
where it says entrance.
Yes.
Okay, what did you do?
I went into the screen door a little bit past the door, and I looked to see where he was going. And I saw him go towards the corner. At the same time, I saw his headlights coming in.
Okay, now let me just
Yeah.
put up Exhibit U, okay? Can you see Exhibit U?
Yes.
All right, I want you to go slow for us. I believe you just indicated that you saw the gentleman going towards the corner, is that correct?
Yes.
Which corner are you referring to?
Towards the corner of Myrtle Ave and West Street.
Okay, so, hold on 1 second. This is 6.5 Myrtle, correct?
Yes.
And you say the corner, this is West Street over here,
Yes.
and that's Myrtle Ave over there,
Correct.
correct? And you said you saw him in the corner area?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you see next?
Well, I saw headlights that were coming down from Myrtle Ave, slow.
Nice and slow. Was it going from Myrtle Avenue towards West Street?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened? What did you observe next?
Well, I heard I heard the car door open, but the car didn't stop. He only slowed down, and the guy that ran out of my house or the apartment got in the car.
Okay, and where did the car go after that?
He went down West Street.
Okay, let's go nice and slow. The car then went down West Street towards the back of 6.5 Myrtle,
Yes,
okay? And when were you able to observe that with your own eyes?
yes, I did.
Okay, and then what else did you see?
That's it. He went down West Street. I saw him go down. I saw him coming from Myrtle Ave, turning left onto West Street and going down.
Okay, and did there come a point that you weren't able to see the vehicle
Yes,
after that point? Okay,
yes.
all right. What'd you do after that?
I went back inside the apartment.
Okay, I want you to go slow. What'd you do when you got back inside the apartment?
I turned around, I closed the door behind me, and I looked into the apartment.
What'd you
And
see?
Christine was right there in front of me, and by the tile area where I said that she got hit. And she was laying on top of a whole bunch of items, clothes, toys. The diaper pail was in that area too. And that little area was where Vanessa used to go and grab things and bring them from all over the apartment. She'll take stuff from
Your
the
Honor, it's not
hamper.
responsive at this
Just what you saw. You can't say what Vanessa did.
Well, Christine was lying on a pile of stuff that was already there. The apartment wasn't that organized. It was just a whole bunch of toys and stuff, and it was blood all over the place.
Okay, all right. So you went back into the apartment, you saw Christine, she was on these items. What did you do next, sir?
This is just 10 minutes, not even, since when I smoked the PCP. I went inside the apartment. I tried to look for Vanessa everywhere. I looked in the rooms. I couldn't find her. The car seat was gone.
All right, hold on 1 second. What was gone?
The car seat.
What are you referring to?
The Vanessa's car seat.
Okay,
The base that the car seat was hooked into, it was gone with the car seat.
okay. And what did you do next? Just tell us in your own words, what'd you do next?
I started looking for my phone.
Okay,
I found the phone in the little kitchen on the floor. I grabbed it.
let me stop you at this point. Approximately what time in the morning was it at this point?
Probably like somewhere in between.
If you know. You're not
Late
sure?
night, late night.
Okay. You're not sure of the exact time?
1:50 something. Who
Okay.
knows? One.
Okay. Was there a bed located in the apartment?
A what?
A bed?
Yes.
Was there a bed? Did you go to the bed?
Yes, I did.
Objection, Your
Okay.
Honor, he's leading at this point again.
Sustained.
What did you do next in regard to being in the apartment?
So once I found the phone, I tried to make a call.
Okay,
It didn't go through.
okay,
I went and I sat on the bed.
okay. And what happened when you were in the bed?
I just dozed off.
All right, okay. I know you didn't have a stopwatch on, but can you tell us approximately how long you dozed off for?
An hour or two.
Okay, all right.
I
Now,
went into PCP zone.
Objection, Your Honor.
okay,
Sustained. We'll
Move to strike, please.
We'll strike the response that says I went into PCP zone.
Okay.
Unresponsive.
how were you feeling when you awoke from the 1 or 2 hour nap there?
So when the stuck portion of the high subsided, and I started regaining a little bit of control of my senses, so to speak, I got out of the bed, I stood up from the bed, and I walked towards where Christine was at.
Okay, and what'd you do next?
I was looking at it.
Okay. Did you do anything?
Yes. So
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your next steps were.
So I'm still high. The fan is on, I see a bag. I started taking somewhat. I wanted to call police, but at the same time, I kept hearing those words in my head. I grabbed there was a bag on the floor. I grabbed it and I started putting stuff in it.
What kind of bag?
A garbage bag.
Okay. And you said you were putting stuff in it. Do you
Yes.
recall what it was you were putting in it?
Yes.
What was it? Tell the
So
jury.
it was a small white plastic, the regular garbage bags. So I started putting some of the stuff that was on the floor inside a garbage bag.
What stuff was on the floor? You have to tell
The
them what.
blood, the stuff that had blood in it, everything that was the whole mess.
Okay. Can you just have to be a little bit more specific what you put in
So-
the bag?
Everything that I saw around Christine, I started putting it inside bags.
Okay. And then, how many bags did you use to put stuff in?
4, 5 bags.
All right. And what'd you do with the bags?
I put them on the front deck.
Okay. All right, sir. And then, after you put them on the front deck, just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened next.
This is early in the morning now. So from when that happened, I dozed stuff for a couple of hours. Then I started doing that. When I came out of that, I saw that I freaked out. I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. I started putting the items in the bag. I put the bags in the front deck. I come inside. I start putting other stuff. I put it in the front deck. And then around 6 o'clock, around 5:30 in the morning or something like that, early in the morning, all this freaking out got me wanting to smoke a cigarette. So really bad. But I didn't have no cigarettes.
Okay. All right. And what did you do next?
I was gonna go to the gas station to buy cigarettes.
Mr. Morales, as you take the stand, I will remind you, sir, that you do continue to be under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the stand to provide your testimony here in court, okay? All right, have a seat. All right, with that, Madam Clerk, if we could please bring in our jury. Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You may be seated. All right, counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
So stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Attorney Gavin, if you'd like to come up and continue the direct of Mr. Jose Morales, we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Morales.
Good morning.
Mr. Morales, I just want to orient you where we left off yesterday afternoon in your direct testimony. You indicated at that point where we stopped that you had placed garbage bags on the front deck of 6.5 Myrtle, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, Your Honor, Peter? Your Honor, we would like to play Exhibit F, which is identification purposes. At this point, there are 3 videos.
So is F a full exhibit?
No, F is going to be a full exhibit.
Okay, so if it's just ID, I can't play it and publish it yet, so we have to make a determination on F.
I don't know if the state has any objection to that.
This is the video when it comes. No objection.
No objection? All right, so the court will enter into evidence as a full exhibit. Defense is F.
G is in George and H is in Henry.
Are you okay with G
Yes, Your
and
Honor.
H as well? All right, very good. So then the court will accept into evidence as full defendants G F, G, and H. Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Now you can go ahead and publish. Was it F that you wanted to publish?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Morales, is your video screen working there, sir?
Yes, it is.
And please remember, just come close to the mic and speak louder than you normally would, okay?
Okay.
Great. Now, Mr. Morales, where we had left off in the area at the end of the testimony yesterday, you indicated that in the apartment at 6.5 Myrtle, you had gone to the front door where the screen door was and the wood door. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I want you to just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you went to the front door, what did you observe?
I saw the guy that left the house going towards the corner of Myrtle Ave and West Street. I saw a car coming from Myrtle Ave and turning towards West Street. Slow down. I saw the headlights on. The guy that left the apartment got in the car, and I saw the car driving down West Street.
Okay. If we could play the video, please. We're going to start with F as in Frank, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Morales, was that the vehicle that you observed from the deck of 6.5 Myrtle leaving the area of the property?
Yes.
Can we go to the next one? Your Honor, for the next exhibit would be G as in George.
Okay, thank you. Publishing G.
You can play the whole video. Is that the start of Mr. Morales? The videos are in 1 minute segments, so they're not continuous. So I'm going to show you. If you would start here. Go ahead, Peter. If you would start here. Stop. Okay. Is that the vehicle that you saw leaving?
Yes.
Okay, and just, do we have the map there? And I want to thank the state for their assistance in playing it. Thank you. Mr. Morales, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit U. This is a full exhibit, okay? And I'm
Okay.
just going to orient you to 6.5 Myrtle.
Yes.
See that, sir?
I see it.
Okay, and I want you to tell us where the vehicle was traveling in what direction.
He was coming down from Myrtle Ave and he took a left into West Street.
Oh, let's go slow. This is Myrtle Avenue where my pen is. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When it reached the intersection of West Street, 6.5 was here, you were on the porch. Which way did it go, sir?
He took a left onto West Street.
Onto West Street, which you joined the property at 6.5 Myrtle and went down West Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then just the last, thank you. One last one. Mr. Bestri, if you would go to the 5630 area there. Okay, just hold on. Oh, stop now. Sorry. When you were up on 6.5 Myrtle and the vehicle turned on West Street, can you just tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the next street that West intersects with?
Cottage Avenue.
Okay. And this video is from Cottage Avenue. I'm sorry, Peter, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to object at this point. Were you able to see the vehicle? Were you able?
Well, hold on a minute, Attorney Stein. If you're going to object, let me rule on the objection without questioning the witness, please.
He cannot say this is the vehicle. It calls for speculation. If he's over at 6.5 Myrtle Street to say that this is the same vehicle,
Okay.
several streets over.
So, hold on, Attorney Stein. We were talking about Cottage Street. I'm not even sure that we got a question out yet. Please let me hear the question before we note an objection. Attorney Gavin, can you please re-ask the question?
Sure. Okay. You indicated that West intersects with Cottage Street,
Yes.
correct? And Your Honor, he's going to identify the vehicle, so that's that.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You. Thank you, Peter. You can go ahead and play it. Okay. Now, can you identify what vehicle is depicted there in Exhibit H, please?
Yes, that's the vehicle that I saw that the guy went in on the corner of Myrtle and West.
Right. So you're identifying that's the vehicle that you saw on Myrtle Avenue on West, and you weren't down on Cottage Street, correct?
Correct.
But you can identify that that is the vehicle.
That is the vehicle.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh, okay, thanks. Thank you.
The objection is overruled, by the way. That's subject for cross-examination. Attorney Gavin, you may proceed.
Thank you. We're also, you can just play that for another. Okay, terrific. Thank you. Okay. So now you've identified the vehicle. Now, I want to go back to what you did, okay, sir? All right? At 6.5 Myrtle, after the vehicle had left, I want you to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in your own words, what did you do?
I went back inside the apartment.
Okay? And what happened next?
I closed the door and I looked at what was in front of me.
Okay? And what steps did you take? Did you leave the apartment? Did you stay there?
Well, I stayed in the apartment for a little. Yeah, I stayed in the apartment.
Okay. What'd you do?
I looked around. I looked for Vanessa. I couldn't find her. So I was gonna call police, but the words that the guy said to me kept ringing in my head.
Mr.
So
Rose, just what did you do? What did you physically do while you were in the apartment?
I sat down in the bed
Okay. How long were you in the apartment?
till early in the morning.
Okay.
So that was around 1:58, 1:59 in the morning
Okay.
when this happened.
Okay.
When the car left the apartment. So after that, I went inside the apartment. I looked around for a little while. I looked for Vanessa. I couldn't find her.
This is repetitive.
I went.
Attorney Stein, if you have an objection, just stand up and say that you have an objection.
It is an objection, Your Honor. It is repetitive.
Okay, so it's repetitive. I'm going to ask the witness to move on from the point in time that he left.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did there
All
come
right.
a point when you left the apartment?
Yes,
Okay, when was that?
that was in the morning, around 6 o'clock in the morning.
All right, and what did you do, if anything, before you left the apartment, sir?
That's when I had put all the stuff that I was around Christine in bags, in garbage bags, and placed them in the front deck.
Okay. When you said you had picked up stuff and put them in garbage bags, is
Yes.
that correct? Okay, you have to testify in regard to what you did. I think you said you put them outside.
I put them outside in the front deck,
Okay,
yes.
and what did you do next?
Well, around 6 in the morning, I wanted to smoke a cigarette, but I didn't have no cigarettes, so I was heading towards the gas station.
Okay, did you leave the apartment?
I did.
Okay, and did you utilize a contractor bag at all?
Objection, Your Honor. He's leading.
Oh, this is where we left off. Okay, what did you do at the time you were leaving the apartment?
So I was walking towards the car, and I saw to the side, and I saw the bags, and I said to myself, I can't leave these bags out here. So I went back inside the apartment. I grabbed one of the contractor bags, the big trash bags, the black ones. I went outside back to the front deck, and I placed all the small garbage bags that I had in the front deck inside a big contractor bag. I tied it up real good, and I put it in the trunk of my car, and I headed towards the gas station.
Okay, and what did you do next as you headed towards the gas station?
Well, as I was going to the gas station, I started thinking, what should I do with the stuff that is in the bags, right? So the first thought that came into my mind was the recycle bin that I put stuff in it before. So I headed that way.
Where was that located?
On Derby Ave.
Okay, and was there any buildings near there where the donation bins were?
Yeah, I believe there's a little bar restaurant across the street, and I think it's a church in next to it.
Okay, and did you actually arrive at the donation bins?
I did.
Okay, tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do at the donation bins.
So I went into the parking lot. I backed the car into one of the donation bins. I opened the trunk from the inside of the car. I got out of the car. I went into the trunk. I grabbed the big contractor bag, and I tried to stuff it inside the donation bin opening. And it wouldn't go in because it was too big. So I threw the contractor bag back in the trunk of the car. I opened it, and I started taking the bags from the big trash bag and throwing them inside a bin, one at a time. I did that until all the bags were inside a bin already, and I closed the trunk. I got back in the car, and I headed towards the gas station.
Okay, and where was the gas station located?
The gas station is on Derby Ave,
Okay, all right,
on Main Street.
okay. What time did you get to the gas station approximately?
It's around 6:07 in the morning.
Okay, and what happened when you went to the gas station?
When I got to the gas station, I parked by the entrance of the gas station and proceeded to go inside of the gas station.
Okay, just tell us what you do at the gas station.
When I went in the gas station, my intention was to buy cigarettes, so I got my debit card, and I tried to work my debit card, but because my mind was so messed up from the PCP, I couldn't figure out the numbers. And I tried a couple of times, I couldn't figure it out, so I put the debit card back in my pocket, and I looked for money. I had like $6 in my pocket. So I asked the clerk if they had any kind of cigarettes that I can buy for $6. I was instructed that,
Objection as to what he was.
well,
Just stop right there. Okay, you can't
Okay.
testify
Okay.
what the court, but there's no question that you were at the Shell gas station. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's
All right?
correct.
And did there come a point where you left the Shell gas station?
well, once I found out that I couldn't purchase cigarettes with that little bit of money, I remember about down the street there's another gas station. So I left the Shell gas station and went down the street to the next gas station.
Okay, and did you return to the Shell gas station?
Yes, I tried the same procedure in the other gas station with the debit card. I couldn't figure out the number, so then I went back to the Shell gas station, parked in the same place by the entrance of the Shell gas station, and went back inside. This time I purchased one Black and Mild cigar.
What's a Black and Mild cigar?
Is It's something you smoke. It's just a cigar, Black and Mild.
That's the brand, Black and
Yeah,
Mild?
that's the name of it. Yes.
Okay. And so you went back to the gas station the second time, and that's when you bought the Black and Mild, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and where did you go after the gas station, the Shell gas station? Where did you go?
So that was the second time in the gas station. After that, I just went back to the apartment on Murder Ave, 6.5 Murder Ave.
Okay. Joseph, can we play 160? Excuse me, Ron. Can we play 169?
Are we referring to States Exhibit
States
169?
Exhibit
Thank you.
169, which is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Morales, your monitor is working, you told us, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is a little bit of a lengthy video, and we're going to go through segments of it. We're going to start and stop, okay? So
Okay.
just if you could watch the monitor. Now, this situation with going to the donation bins and the gas station, that's Sunday, December 1st, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Morales, let's start with easy. Is that your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a distinct muffler noise on your vehicle, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is you leaving 6.5 Myrtle and heading in the general direction of the gas station, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to see this video previously?
Yes.
Right, okay. So there's no doubt that that's your car?
No doubt.
You see that, Mr. Morales?
Yes.
On the way to the gas station for St. Michael's Church for the donation bins, you have to pass the old Ansonia Police Station at 2 Elm Street.
Yes.
Mr. Morales, whose car is that depicted in the video?
That's my car.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Morales, this is Derby Avenue heading towards St. Michael's Church. Can you identify the vehicle that's depicted in this video?
That's me heading towards the bin.
Thank you. Morales, you can see from the timestamp, 6:14, so it was about 5 minutes after you had gone down Kirby Avenue. Is that your vehicle returning from the area of the bins?
That's me leaving the area of the bin towards the gas station now.
Thank you. Mr. Morales, is that the gas station that you were referring to?
Yes, it is.
That's on the corner of Division Street and Main Street.
That's correct.
Okay. And you see there's a car pulling in the top left-hand corner?
That's the 10 Nissan. That's my car.
Is that you getting out of the car?
That's me.
You. Mr. Morales, who's the individual that just came up to the counter?
That's me.
Mr. Morales, does that depict you attempting to use your debit card as you indicated?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to go ahead and complete the purchase?
No.
And then did you leave the gas station?
I did.
And Mr. Morales, after going to the counter and getting back into your car, you left the gas station, is that correct?
That's
Is that
correct.
your vehicle located in the left-hand side of the video?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. This is Maria's Hair Design, just across Division Street. Is that your vehicle seen leaving the gas station across the street?
Yes.
In the background, do you see the vehicle heading on Main Street?
Yes.
Okay. And was that your vehicle?
That is.
And where were you going at that point?
Back to the apartment, 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Is that your vehicle?
Yes,
Okay. And you said at this point you were returning back to 6.5 Myrtle?
that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Morales, you can see it's a little bit lighter out now.
Yes,
Okay. Is that your vehicle turning?
yes.
Okay. And what direction are you heading back towards?
Judson Place towards Myrtle Ave.
And that's that distinct muffler sound of your vehicle, correct?
It is, yes.
Mr. Morales, while we have the video on here, I'm going to take you past the early morning hours of Sunday, December 1st. I just want to go ahead and make sure there's no issue. This indicates that the car leaves Myrtle Avenue, travels down West Street. This is approximately. Can you go ahead? Can you identify the vehicle in that clip of the video?
Yes, that's my car. Yes, that's my car.
Identify that vehicle?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Morales, can you identify the vehicle in that frame, sir?
Yes, that's my car.
Thank you. Now we're going, just to orient you, now it's the afternoon of Sunday, December 1st, sir. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Can you identify that vehicle?
That's my car.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morales, in this frame of the video, can you identify the car that's making the right-hand turn?
That's my car.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Morales, now we're going to the following day, which is Monday, December 2nd, okay? Just
Okay.
orient you. Thank you. Now, Mr. Morales, do you recognize the vehicle that is depicted in this frame?
I do.
Yep. Now, you had testified that Christine had purchased the Ford Focus, correct?
Yes.
The day on Saturday,
Friday.
Friday at Barbarino. Excuse me. What color was that car?
Black.
Okay. Do you recognize the car that's depicted in that frame of the video?
I believe that's the Ford Focus.
Okay. And who is driving the Ford Focus?
I am.
Thank you. Sir, the vehicle that is depicted in this frame making the right-hand turn up towards Myrtle Avenue, can you identify that vehicle for us?
I believe that's the Ford Focus.
Okay, and who would have been driving the Ford Focus?
Me.
Thank you. Charles, thank you. Okay, Mr. Morales, it's lighter out, obviously. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and you see the vehicle making the turn there?
I see it.
Yep. And whose vehicle is that?
I don't recognize that vehicle. That's not the one.
You're not sure what vehicle that is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We can continue. Thank you. Okay. Do you recognize the vehicle that went through now?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chelsea.
That's
Now,
Yeah.
making the left-hand turn, the black vehicle, do you recognize that vehicle?
I do.
And what vehicle is that?
That's the Ford Focus.
And who is the operator of the Ford Focus?
I was.
Thank you, sir. Yep. Thank you. Thanks. Sir, you see in the lower right-hand quadrant of this still of the video, do you see a vehicle making a right-hand turn?
I do.
Can you identify that vehicle?
Black, Ford Focus.
And who was the operator of that vehicle?
I am.
Thank you. Sir, you saw the black vehicle traverse up the hill, correct?
Yes.
And then you see it's making a left-hand turn?
Yes.
What's at the corner of that intersection where the vehicle is making the left-hand turn?
That's Myrtle Ave.
Okay. And where's the residence of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
It's right on that corner.
Right on that corner. Thank you.
You can.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Your Honor, the balance of this is a full exhibit. The balance of the video is the police officers responding. So,
Okay.
okay. Thank you, Chelsea. We can. Okay. Now, I just want to orient your time, okay?
Okay.
After you had gone to the Shell gas station and the donation pins, you told us you went back to 6.5 Myrtle.
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen in the jury what you did at 6.5 Myrtle after that.
I went inside the apartment and I locked myself in the bathroom.
Why?
I just couldn't bear to see what was in the hallway.
Okay. What was in the hallway?
Christine.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I smoked the Black and Mild that I had purchased from the gas station in the bathroom.
Okay. And did you use PCP at that time?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
Okay. You were in the bathroom, okay, and what happened next?
I smoked the. I was scared to leave the bathroom.
Objection's not responsive.
Well, I'll overrule it. You can.
Tell us in your own. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you can go ahead.
You can answer.
So I stood in the bathroom. I smoked the Black and Mild. The Black and Mild had a really bad odor to it, so I lit one of the candles that was in the bathroom and I cracked the skylight window to get the smoke out of there. And I was just there for like 2 hours.
Okay. And what happened next, sir?
For like the first hour, I smoked the Black and Mild. For the second hour, I was just in there. And around 8 in the morning, I wanted to go and get another Black and Mild.
Okay. And what steps did you take?
That's when I left the apartment again and went back to the gas station.
Okay. The Shell gas station.
Yes, the Shell
Okay.
gas station.
What happened there?
I purchased another Black and Mild.
Okay. And what'd you do after the gas station?
I drove right back to the apartment.
Okay. And what'd you do when you got to the apartment?
I went back into the bathroom.
Okay. And what happened?
While I was in the bathroom, I was smoking the Black and Mild. I was feeling extremely sad, and the way that Christine was looking in the hallway. So I didn't want nobody to see her like that. So I left the bathroom. I gathered myself up. I left the bathroom, went into the hallway, and I grabbed Christine. And before I left the bathroom, the idea was to bring Christine and put her in the tub. I grabbed the curtain. I flipped it over, the pole. I went into the hallway. I gently grabbed Christine and I placed it in the tub.
Okay. And do you know approximately what time that was?
In between 9 and 1, before 1 o'clock
Okay.
on Sunday morning.
After you placed
I'm sorry, on what morning?
Sunday.
Sunday morning you're talking about now?
Sunday, yeah,
Yeah, Sunday.
that would have been December 1st. Okay, so you placed Christine in the tub. Okay?
Yes.
Just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do next in the apartment?
Once I did that, I closed the bathroom door, and now I'm inside the apartment, and I see the blood all over the hallway floor and by the door entrance. And I went and I grabbed the bucket from under the sink with towels, and I filled it up halfway, almost more than halfway with water, and I started cleaning because when I was walking around, I have left footprints from the blood in the carpet. So I started just cleaning the blood that was on the tiles, and I cleaned it up with the bucket, and I was dumping the water from the bucket into the garbage disposal. So as I was cleaning the floor, it was garbage. It was whatever was on all over the area, whatever I was scooping up from the floor, I was dumping it into the garbage disposal.
Where was the garbage disposal located, sir?
In the kitchen area next to the sink.
Next to the sink, okay. So you admittedly cleaned up that area.
I did. I cleaned the area that had the big, where it was a lot of blood, because it was blood in many different spots, and there was droplets of blood around. So I did the floor area
Okay?
and the carpet.
Now, sir, we're on Sunday, December 1st, okay?
Yes.
What did you do for the balance of the afternoon and evening?
Well, around 1 o'clock, that's when I wanted to smoke again, but I didn't have enough money to get another Black & Mild, and I was trying to figure out the numbers to see if I can figure out the numbers of my car by then, but I still couldn't do it. So I remember that on the corner on Beaver and Mott Street, there is a small convenience store. So I went to the convenience store to see if I can buy a Lucy or something, a loose cigarettes, to see if they had Lucy's or something like that. So I went, they didn't, and I drove right back to the apartment and I went back inside.
Do you know who Mr. George O'Mara is?
Yes,
Just tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, who Mr. O'Mara is.
he's the next door neighbor.
Okay. On Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
When you returned from the convenience store, did you see Mr. O'Mara?
Well, yes, when I was getting out the car, I saw him in front of his house. We gave each other some like high gestures, and I just kept going inside the apartment.
Okay. After you returned to the apartment, after you waved to Mr. O'Mara, what did you do?
I was just in the apartment for the rest of the day.
Okay. You didn't leave the apartment after that?
I didn't leave the apartment at all.
Okay. So that's Sunday. I'm going to take you now into Monday, okay?
Okay,
All right? Were you in the apartment Sunday night into Monday morning?
I was.
Okay. And now I'm going to go into Monday, okay?
Okay.
Okay, just to orient you. So Monday, which would have been December 2nd, I want you to tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do in the morning of Monday, December 2nd?
Well, early in the morning, the high was winding down, and I started getting the urge, and I remember that I still had one bag left of the PCP that was given to me by Hector. So I rolled it, but I didn't want to smoke it in the apartment. So I was going to go for a ride to smoke the PCP.
Okay. And where did you do that?
Well, I left the apartment. I got in my car. When I got in my car, I noticed that I only had a little bit of gas left. I went back inside the apartment. I got the keys to the Ford, and I took the Ford for a ride. And that's the car that I went to smoke the PCP.
To smoke the PCP?
Yes.
And where did you do that, if you recall?
So I drove around aimlessly for a while. I was freaking out. I was paranoid at the same time. I'm thinking somebody was following my sign. So I drove towards the orange area. I probably made it all the way to like New Haven, drove around to the areas that I'm familiar with. I parked somewhere. I smoked, I parked. Once the stuck portion of the high subsided, I drove again aimlessly back to Myrtle Ave, and I parked across the street from 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
Okay. And what vehicle were you in at that time?
In the Ford.
In the Ford
Focus,
Focus?
yes.
Okay. And did you do anything in regard to Christine, who was in the bathroom?
Not.
You're under leading.
I'll allow it.
At this time, I didn't get out of the car yet. I stood in the car and waited in there. Well, kind of like passed out in the car for a little while. And then I went.
Non-responsive to the question now. Did you do anything with Christine?
All right. Thank you. So just please object, state your purpose of your objection. Again, Attorney Stein, and I'll deal with the objection. The answer is becoming unresponsive. Attorney Gavin, I will stop the answer as unresponsive. Attorney Stein, would you like me to strike any portion of the answer?
That's fine, Your Honor. I just like to defer to ask the question.
Thank you. Attorney Gavin?
Thank you. You have to just answer my question.
Okay.
I know you're nervous. Did you do anything in regard to Christine Holloway on Monday, December 2nd?
I did.
Just tell us what you did.
Well, once.
Just tell us exactly what you did.
Well, I wanted to dress her. So when I first put her in the tub, there was items of clothing that was still under her when I carried her to the tub. So I wanted to dress her, so I pushed her forward a little bit, and I took them items of dressing from the back of her. I took them out and put them on the floor of the bathroom. And then she had a pajama pant on and a tank top. There was no underclothes. So I took because they were all bloody. And I felt sad, and I wanted to put different clothes on her. I took the pajama pants off. I had a little problem taking the tank top, so she was like this, and I was able to take it out. And then I took that clothes and I put it in the washing machine.
Okay. And did you engage the washing machine at that
I
point?
did.
And then just tell us, in regard to the clothes, did you do anything else with the clothes?
Well, once the clothes was washed, I just folded it and I put it in the drawer.
In what drawer?
In the dresser.
In Christine's dresser?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Now, okay, so now we're on Monday, all right, December 2nd, okay? And you were in Myrtle Avenue, okay? And I'm going to call your attention to the time frame about 1 p.m. Were you still in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay, and did anything happen around 1 p.m.?
Yes.
Just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
So I was sitting in the bed trying to gain I wanted to dress Christine, but I didn't have the strength to do it, the courage to go back inside the bathroom. So I sat on the bed, and I heard somebody knocking on the door.
Did you answer the door?
No, I freaked out.
What'd you do?
I just waited. I didn't even look to see who he was. So I waited a few minutes. The knocking stopped. So I freaked out and I said to myself, "It's time to leave." So I grabbed my. I went outside. I turned the car on.
Which car, sir?
I went outside and I turned the Nissan on.
Okay.
I went back inside the apartment. I grabbed my backpack, and then I got back in the car, and then I left.
And where did you go?
Then I drove directly to my parents' house in New
And-
Haven,
And what was the address in New Haven?
105 First Avenue.
Okay. Now, and you returned to your parents' house, and did you stay at your parents' house?
I did.
Okay. Do you know somebody named Jody Jacobellis?
Yes.
Just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Jody Jacobellis is.
She was Christine's brother's girlfriend at the time,
Okay. And what's Christine's brother's name?
Stephen.
Okay. Did you have any interaction while you were in New Haven with Jody Jacobellis or Stephen Holloway?
I did.
Just tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
So when I got to my parents' house, I went directly into the room downstairs, and I didn't come out. I was there pretty much all day. I helped my mom carry some baskets upstairs or whatever, and then in the afternoon, I went upstairs to my pops was making soup. So he called me. He said if I wanted a bowl.
Objection, Your Honor, is what someone said.
Sustained.
Yeah, just listen to the question.
Okay.
Did you have any interaction with Jody Jacobellis or Stephen Holloway?
I did.
And tell us what happened in regard to that interaction.
So I was upstairs, and somebody knocked on the door, and my mom or my pops, one of them answered the door, and it was Jody.
Okay. Did you speak with her at that point?
She spoke to my.
No, just yes or no. Did you speak to her at that point?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Now, did there come a point where Jody Jacobellis and Stephen Holloway left?
Yes.
Okay. And then just after that, and I don't want you to say what anyone else said, but were you contacted by the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes,
Did you speak to the officer from the Ansonia Police Department?
I did.
Okay. Now, and you never left 105 First Avenue on Monday the 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now I want to go into the following day, okay, which would have been Tuesday, December 3rd, sir.
Okay.
Okay? Tell us what happened on Tuesday, December 3rd.
Well, very early in the morning, the Ansonia police and the New Haven police were in my parents' house.
Okay? And what happened after the police arrived?
They my pops answered the door. He let them in. They asked if I could go, if I wanted to
Objection,
go.
Your Honor, is to what someone
Sustained.
said.
Well, I went to the.
Just stop for a second. Just stop for a second. Just tell us, on the early morning of Tuesday, December 3rd, you said the police came. What did you do next?
I went upstairs and went in a ride with them to the Ansonia Police Department.
You went on a ride to the Ansonia
Yes.
Police Department. You voluntarily went with them?
Yes,
Okay, and you were up at the Ansonia Police Department for approximately how long?
probably 40 minutes to an hour.
Okay, great. And then after you were up at the Ansonia Police Department, you were questioned up there?
I was.
Okay, and then what happened after you were up in the Ansonia Police Department?
They took me back to my parents' house.
Okay, and we saw the video, and that's when they took your clothes and your phones.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you went back to your parents' house, correct?
Yes,
Right, and we saw the video clip of the return of you with your mom and dad at 105 First Avenue, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And we're done with that, okay?
Okay.
Am I correct that you were subsequently arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Now, last page, we're almost done, okay?
Okay.
Now, did you, sir, and we'll go through it day by day in a second, but did you have continued interaction with the police department after your arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to call your attention first to Thursday, December 5th. Where were you held in custody?
On Whaley Avenue.
Okay. And did investigators come and talk to you on Thursday, December 5th?
Yes.
Okay. And you voluntarily talked to them at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Let me go further now. Do you recall on Thursday, December 2nd, do you recall that you were still at Whaley Avenue in North Haven?
Yes.
In New Haven?
No Haven.
What date, Attorney Captain?
That would be Thursday, December 12th.
12, you said the second.
I'm sorry, Thursday, December 12th, correct? And you were still at Whaley Avenue at that point?
I was.
Yeah, and do you know who Detective Stephen Adcox is?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet with Detective Adcox?
I did.
And that was voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay, and did you talk to him at that time?
I did.
What did you tell Detective Adcox in summary? You don't have to go through every single word, but did you talk to him?
Yes, I did. I told them about how I have been smoking the PCP throughout the weekend.
Okay. Sir, were you able to interact with your mom, Lydia De Jesus, while you were incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to call your attention to December 15th. Did you have communication with your mom?
I did.
Okay. And were you using your mom as the conduit to the police?
I was.
All right. Now I'm going to go forward, okay, to Tuesday, December 17th. Did Detective Adcox come back and interview you again?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did you tell Detective Adcox regarding Christine Holloway?
Well, I told them that I was getting my memory back, that the PCP was winding down, leaving the system. So now all my recollection of what had happened is coming back more clear. And I started telling him about everything that I said here.
Okay. And I can't testify for you, but what did you tell Detective Adcox about what happened at 6.5 Myrtle?
I told them about the guys that were coming towards their apartment.
Okay. Did you tell him the entire story like you just told us?
Well, I told them the pieces that I remember at the time.
Okay. And did you indicate that you had been using PCP at that time?
I did.
All right. Now, we're going to go to the following week, okay? Were you relocated at that point from Whaley Avenue?
I was.
Okay, and just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where were you?
I was moved to Cheshire Correctional Facility.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to call your attention to Monday, December 23rd, just 2 days before Christmas. Were you interviewed by Detective Adcox?
I was.
Okay, and did you continue to tell him what happened in regard to Christine Holloway?
Yes, I
Yeah.
did.
Okay. And then, sir, I'm going to go past Christmas into 2020, okay? Do you have a recollection of your mom coming to visit you?
Yes,
Okay. And do you know if that was recorded, that interview?
it was.
Okay. And you knew it was recorded, correct?
I didn't know it was recorded while it was happening.
Okay, that's fine. And did you have discussions with your mom in regard to what happened at 6.5?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Was it your understanding your mom would relay that information to Detective Adcox?
Yes,
Okay. And now, just a couple more, sir. We're in 2020 now, okay? Do you recall Detective Adcox on Tuesday, January 21st, 2020, do you recall Detective Adcox coming up to speak with you at Cheshire Correction at that point?
yes,
And sir, all of these interviews that you had with the police, they were voluntary, correct?
yes, they
You
were.
signed a notice of rights form, you didn't have to talk to them, but you agreed to go ahead and provide information to them,
Yes,
okay? And then when Detective Adcox came to Cheshire on Tuesday, January 21st, 2020, did you continue to discuss with him what happened in regard to Christine Holloway?
I did. I used to, I tell my mom to call him and have him come see me because my memory was coming back.
Okay. And as time was going by, was your memory coming back?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no other questions. Thank you. Mr. Stein may have a question or two.
All right.
Great, Wallace, you may be seated. Thank you. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, Your
All right,
Honor.
thank you so much. All right, Attorney Stein, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Mr. Morales. How are you?
Good morning.
So, we are talking about December of 2019, and we are currently now in April of 2025. You've had 5+ years to sit back and to think about this case, haven't you?
I have.
And in fact, during that time, you had time to sit here and draw this map, which you labeled Defendant's D. Right? You drew this map for your lawyers, right?
I did.
You put all these directions of travel of various vehicles. You put those on this map, didn't you?
I did.
Can you keep your voice up so I can hear you, please, sir?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
did.
And so let's just look at this map that you drew. Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you were standing on the front porch of 6.5 Myrtle and you saw this car go down and make a right on Cottage Ave while standing on the front porch of 6.5 Myrtle?
No, I'm not saying that.
You have arrows there, don't you?
Yeah, but those arrows is not what that represents.
What do the arrows represent?
Those arrows represent, when I drew this map, those arrows represent the direction that the police officer took when he responded to the 911 call.
How did you know that?
Because I know it.
How?
Because I learned it
How?
from the report.
What report? There was no report provided to the defense of that officers until just before this trial.
Objection, Your Honor. Now, Mr.
I know that for years.
I'll sustained as to what was provided to the defense as part of the question.
So these arrows are depicting, then what are these arrows depicting then over on the other side of Cottage Avenue? What are those arrows depicting?
That's when the officer first went, answered the call. He went up Judson, then he took a right on Myrtle. He went all the way down Myrtle, all the way to the end, and then he came back. And on his way back, he took a left on West Street, and then he took a right on Cottage.
So this map, you drew this map to show that the direction of travel of the police officer who responded to the 911 call?
I believe so.
What was the purpose of that?
I just drew it.
Okay. How about Defense D? You had time to draw this one out too, right?
Yes.
So that you could narrate your testimony that you gave to the defense, right?
Well, that's the inside of the apartment, yes.
You used this as a script, did you not, to help narrate your testimony for these people over here?
Well, I wanted them to know exactly how everything is placed inside the apartment, yes.
Your Honor, if I ask a yes or no question, could you instruct the witness to answer my question yes or no? That's what it calls for.
I'll do so. Do you want me to strike the balance of the question
Please.
after? All right, so I will strike everything after yes, and I will instruct you, Mr. Morales, if the question does call for a yes or no answer, simply answer yes or no, okay? Thank you. Attorney
So,
Stein.
thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Morales, you drew this diagram to help you narrate the story that you told these folks here. Isn't that true?
I drew the,
Calls for a yes or no answer?
yes, yes.
Thank you.
With regard to the story that you told these people,
Objection to the form of the question.
Sustained.
with regard to what you testified to, let's start off with, I want to take you back on your timeline. Withdrawn. Mr. Morales, do you consider yourself a controlling person?
Not really.
Is that a yes or a no?
No,
Do you consider yourself an emotionally abusive person to Christine Holloway?
no.
Would you ever call her names?
Sometimes,
Sometimes?
yeah.
Okay. How often would you call her names?
I don't know. Sometimes when she called me names, we call each other names.
All right. What kind of names did you call her?
My love.
That's an abusive name?
Oh, abusive.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything right now.
Do you ever recall calling her a pig?
I do.
You do recall calling her a pig?
Yes.
That would happen from time to time, wouldn't it?
It depends what she was talking about.
Okay. Do you recall whether you would accuse her of withdrawn? Did you trust Christine Holloway?
I did.
You did.
Yes.
Was there any point in time that you accused Christine Holloway of being unfaithful to you?
Probably.
Probably.
It's
How many
possible.
times?
We worked together for 3 years.
How many times, Mr. Morales, would you accuse her of being unfaithful to you?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Do you recall having such a conversation with her just days prior to Thanksgiving of 2019?
Probably.
You do recall it?
I don't recall it, but it's possible.
Yeah, I'm looking for the. Showing you, Mr. Morales, what's 177 is a full exhibit. So I'm going to zoom in. Do you recall that these are the testimony of the person who authenticated this? Was the iMessages between your iPad and Christine Holloway's iPhone? Do you recall it?
I do.
And in fact, showing you what's been marked states 176 as a full exhibit. Do you recognize what this is?
It's the iPad.
This is the iPad that was collected from your house at 105 First Avenue, correct?
Yes.
This is the iPad that you share with Isaac, your son.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Isaac in 2019 was 11 years old.
That's
Recall
correct.
that?
Yes.
So now with regard to these conversations, let's start at the top. Does this appear to be Christine asking you not to be mad at her because she's been asking you for help with the car, her car?
Well, not her car. She was using my car since late spring 2019.
She's asking you, please help me with car and don't be mad. Which car is she referring to?
The car that I let her use my car.
So your car is what she's complaining about.
Yes, because she was using it.
Okay. And she then asks you, I wish you could transfer money from the account for rent. She was asking you to help pay the rent.
I did.
She asked you to help to pay the rent at 6.5 Myrtle.
Yeah, we paid the rent together.
Because your daughter lived there.
That's right.
And you lived there on the weekends.
That's right.
So you would logically help with the rent.
Yes.
She then, at some point, still on November 14th of 2019, she seems to be a little mad. I can't believe you couldn't even say hi or goodbye to your daughter. Do you recall that?
I see it. I don't recall it. I see it.
Okay? And then there's a response from Isaac Morales 100 at iCloud.com. Now you will agree with me that that is you responding, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's not Isaac responding, is it?
No.
All right. And you say you want to keep giving money away to rich companies like the gym, so pretty soon you'll drain all of your savings. And then you say hi to Vanessa for me. Were you being sarcastic there?
No.
So let me get this right. She's asking you to help with a car. She's asking you for money for rent. And your first response is, no, I'm going to send you the rent later on. You're chastising her because she's paying the gym membership?
Not only a gym membership, a million other things.
It's her money, correct?
Our money.
Your money.
No.
Tell these people about the job you were working at that time.
At the time, I was unemployed, but I was doing a lot of jobs, side jobs, and construction, landscaping, home improvement.
She was earning the money to pay for the support of that family, wasn't she?
No, we were doing it together.
How much money were you making at that time, Mr. Morales?
Well, I was averaging between $500-600 a week.
Okay. And $500 or $600 a week, were you supporting your other two children back home at 105 First Avenue?
I was helping, yes.
Were you paying your mother rent for 105 First Avenue?
I was trying, helping.
Didn't you tell the officers in one of the videos that the jury saw the other day about how stressed out you were? You had no job, you had no money, everybody, was taking care of you and your kids. Did you not say that on the videotape the other day?
Well,
I'm going to object not to the question, but the manner and the histrionics that the state's attorney is going through here. Certainly he has a right to ask whatever questions, but he doesn't have the right to go ahead and be demonstrative like he is.
All right, so we'll just keep in mind courtroom demeanor. Attorney Stein, go ahead, you may continue.
Did you not say to the officers that went back to your house when they gave you the notification of Christine's death that it's a stressful time in your life and you agreed with everything?
yes,
Isn't that
it
true?
was. I wasn't making much money, and it was split in many different directions, so it was stressful.
So, Christine responds to you, I stopped there last night, and she canceled her gym membership for you.
Okay,
Is that right?
that's what it says. Yes.
Do you disagree that she canceled her gym membership because you had been on her about it?
Well, we were budgeting.
Yes or no question?
Yes.
She then goes on. Let's change this. Hang on a second. Does she go on to tell you, I miss you, hun. I wait all week to see you for a few days, and then those days go by in a blink of an eye. My dream for us to live together with the kids, and you could work from home, and I could take care of the kids. I miss my family. She loves you.
I agree.
You don't respond to that right away, right?
Probably didn't see it yet.
She then tells you, we're still on the same day, November the 14th. She's not having a good day. And she tells you further, or shows you, she sends you a file, a video file of Vanessa screaming and running around playing.
I see.
Remember getting the video?
Yes.
And you still haven't responded to her yet because Your next response to her is from the Isaac 100 account. Forward me the email that says your gym membership is canceled. Is that what you wrote?
That's what is there.
So after she tells you, I'm having a bad day, she sends you a video file of your daughter. You are still obsessing on her gym membership and the way she uses her money.
Objection to the form.
What you don't see in there is the,
Few days goes by. This is now November 20th, right? We're about 8 days before Thanksgiving. And you send her a message. Where are you? You see that here?
I see it.
That's a Wednesday, right? Would you know that?
Yes, it is.
So you're only there on the weekends, correct?
Yes.
So this is a Wednesday. She's out somewhere with Vanessa, and you're demanding to know where she is?
I'm not demanding, I'm just asking.
Several days later, on the 21st, you call her a stupid ass, telling her, your stupid ass is mad because I told you to keep an eye open because I dropped a pill in the house. Fuck you, I care for Vanessa. Did you type those words?
I did.
I asked you earlier whether you were controlling. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall it.
I asked you earlier if you were emotionally abusive. Do you recall that?
I do.
You deny both of those things, didn't you?
Yes, and I still deny them.
Page 4 of this exhibit. Did Isaac Morales, that's you, right? You're sending this out, correct?
Yes.
On 11/22, so now that's 6 days before Thanksgiving, correct?
Yes, Friday.
You are acting very stupid lately. I really wonder if you are seeing someone else or starting to talk to another guy. I am very serious about this. For a while already, you have been acting very different, and you know the act.
All
Did
right.
you write that?
I did.
That's 6 days before Thanksgiving.
I spent the weekend with her that weekend.
And what was her response to you? She writes back to you, no one else loved you.
All right.
She loves you.
She did.
Yes, she did. She says to you, don't give up on me. God is going to help us through everything and provide for us. She will change. She said that to you, right?
She said God will help us and provide for us.
She is going to change for you.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, apparently, she felt that you would know what she meant when that she was going to change. Presumably something you didn't like, right?
Objection, Your
Where
Honor.
are you? What are you talking
Objection,
about?
Your
I don't see what you're
Hold on,
talking
hold
about.
on, Mr. Morales. Excuse me, counsel, I'm going to strike your last question. I'm going to ask that you put the exhibit in full screen because we can't read the portion to
I'm
which you're
sorry.
referring.
Where my highlighter is, don't give up on me. God is going to help us through everything and provide for us. I will change.
Okay, we all need improvement.
We all need improvement.
Yes.
And she caps it off with, for what it's worth, I love you. Right?
I see it.
And you don't respond to her.
Is there a question?
Yes, Your Honor. Because the very next message from her about,
That's the 22nd.
okay,
You're not letting us see the date.
okay, well, I'm getting there, Mr. Morales. She tells you, thought we were in this together and we took care of each other. I see now I was wrong. I will do money tonight and look at the website for a car. She told that to you.
The dates are out of whack.
Do you deny saying that to her or
No.
receiving that message from her?
I don't deny receiving it. But
Top of the next page. I can see now how you feel about me. Do you recall reading that one on November the 23rd of 2019?
I see it. I don't recall reading it.
Do you dispute that it says you read it, or the iPad, Isaac Morales' iPad, read it at 11:23, 2019 at 10:55 p.m.?
I don't dispute that.
Two days later, the iPad says, fuck you. Was that you or Isaac sending that?
That was me.
Why exactly were you telling her that she should do that to herself?
Well, there's a lot of conversations and phone calls and video on FaceTime that you don't see in here. So you see it's a little text once in a while, and you don't know what's happening in between.
Mr. Morales, did you just not tell these people on direct from your lawyer what a great, loving time this was?
Excuse me.
I never said that.
Sustained. All right, can I see counsel sidebar, please? Thank you.
Morales, did you testify on direct about a wonderful time you had with your family on the Wednesday preceding Thanksgiving?
I did.
And you painted a rosy picture, did you not, of decorating trees, you were doing holiday. This was just a great time for you and your family, including Christine and Vanessa.
It was.
Did you follow up on 11:25 at 11:16 with this stupid relationship is done?
That's what it looks like.
So that is 3 days before Thanksgiving, and you're pronouncing the end of the relationship.
Trash talk. That's what it is.
Okay. Isn't it true that in the days leading up to Thanksgiving, Vanessa was sick?
I'm not sure. I believe she had a little cold.
Are you aware that Christine took her to the doctor to be examined?
Yes.
Are you aware Christine went to CVS to get her medication?
Yes.
Are you aware that Christine wasn't sleeping at that time leading up to Thanksgiving weekend because Vanessa was coughing all night?
She was sleeping, and I'm aware that Vanessa was a little sick.
So you're saying that Christine was getting rest and she was getting sleep at that time? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
All right. Christine tells you on the 27th that she's taking her to the doctor now. You recall that?
I do.
Did she advise you she was calling CVS?
Yes.
On page 6 now, I want to take you to the top here. This appears 11/28 of 2019, correct?
Yes.
3:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
So now this is now Thursday, Thanksgiving, early morning hours of Thanksgiving Day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified on direct about all the wonderful things that had occurred on Wednesday prior to this point in time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you are apparently up, is it safe to say, at 3:30 in the morning, you're up and you're texting to Christine and you're saying, hey, as in, what's going on?
I'm downstairs, she's upstairs, yes.
Christine responds to you and says, hey, she was having a hard time breathing, but is better now. Do you recall it?
Yes.
So Christine's telling you Vanessa is having a hard time breathing.
All right.
I'm asking you.
That's what she said.
And you sound concerned. Are you okay? You ask.
Yes.
All that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's no response to your inquiry, and so you say, hey, again. Do you recall that?
I do.
Christine responds now, a few minutes after that, yeah, going back to sleep while I can. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Does that answer imply to you, what does while I can mean to you?
Means that she's going to try to get some sleep before she has to wake up again and feed Vanessa, or feed Vanessa most likely.
Okay, so Christine was still nursing Vanessa at this point in Vanessa's life.
Yes.
You responded, okay, right? You acknowledge that.
Yes.
You then, 1 minute after that, said, I went back out and I think my mom got me. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Where did you go, Mr. Morales?
My mom didn't like me to smoke cigarettes, so I go outside and smoke, and sometimes I try to hide it from her.
I'm sorry, sometimes what?
I try to hide me smoking cigarettes from my mom.
It's 3:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Your mom's patrolling the hallways to see if you're smoking cigarettes?
No, she caught me smoking a cigarette.
Do you think that Christine's response to you that you're stupid and that you need to stop?
Yes.
Do you think Christine is chastising you at 3:30 in the morning over the fact that you're smoking cigarettes?
Well, this is funny. It's a funny conversation. She is calling me, you stupid. She didn't want me to smoke either. She didn't smoke cigarettes.
Mr. Morales, you made a comment yesterday on Direct that you equated the PCP that you supposedly smoked to being like 1,000 gallons of vodka. Do you remember that?
I say 1 gallon.
1 gallon of vodka.
Yes.
Okay. I'll take your recollection. 1 gallon of vodka. So are you telling me that you have a basis of knowing what it's like to drink a gallon of vodka?
No, but I have an idea what it might probably feels like.
So when you made the comparison, then had you ever drinking a gallon of vodka before?
Not a whole gallon.
You like to drink, Mr. Morales, isn't that true?
I did.
There were vodka bottles Are you aware of the vodka bottles in the closet in the bathroom?
I collected them, yes.
Collected them.
Yes.
Dubrov, is that what it was?
Yes, the small one.
Small ones.
Yes, empty ones. I collect them.
Empty.
Yeah.
Stuck back in the closet.
Yes.
Okay.
For a purpose, not just for
I
narration.
understand completely.
Can I?
So just before the recess, Mr. Morales, I was asking you about the Dubrov bottles in the closet of your bathroom. Do you recall that?
I do.
And just moments before that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said that the text message that we were just looking at was referencing that you went outside to have a cigarette, right?
I believe so.
You just pulled the mic.
I believe so.
Okay. Well, do you have a different belief as we sit here now?
No, I don't have a different belief as we sit here now, but I think that's what we're talking about.
Well, if that's what you think we were talking about, then why would you say, I think my mom got me? Did she go out to the front porch and bring you back inside?
No, she probably called me smoking.
That's not what that says, is it? Let me make it bigger for you so you can see it. Here we go. So this, yeah. I went back out, and I think my mom got me. Isn't that what that says?
That's what that said.
So now, does that refresh your memory? Did you go out drinking somewhere that night?
I did not went out drinking somewhere that night.
So why would your mom have come and got you?
She got me, I mean, not meaning that she went to get me, meaning that she caught me.
Oh, okay. And further on in that conversation, when you stop responding, Christine says, I guess you passed out.
Yes.
From cigarettes?
No, from being late night, early in the morning.
So now, showing you what's been marked States 1 is a full exhibit. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Who are these people?
Christine and Vanessa.
And do you know where this was taken?
I believe so, but not 100% sure. I'm the one that took the picture.
Were you at a pumpkin farm?
Yes.
So it'd be fair to say it's around Halloween time, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say sometime mid to end October, early November, perhaps?
Perhaps.
So 4 to 6 weeks before Christine is killed.
Approximately, yeah.
Now, with regard to your direct testimony, let's go through that, if you don't mind, again. You now told us you spent Wednesday before Thanksgiving. That was the day you spent with your family, right, decorating the house.
That's correct.
And then Christine stayed upstairs.
Christine got to my parents' house around 4:30.
She stays upstairs though, overnight Wednesday,
Yes.
and with Vanessa.
Yes. Yes.
That's when those text messages took place, right?
That's correct.
And now Thursday, let's go through Thursday again. What happened Thursday?
Thursday, we got up. We helped my mom a little bit in the kitchen, and then we went to Bridgeport to her grandmother's house.
Okay,
Around noon, we left to Bridgeport to her grandmother's house.
okay. And finished the day for us on Thursday. What happened on Thursday?
We got back probably 2-3 hours after that, and we were just in the house. Later on, a couple of my nephews showed up. We were all hanging out in the house. That's about it.
Okay. Then Friday, what happens on Friday?
Friday, I get up around 8 o'clock in the morning. I get ready. I go upstairs. I talk to Christine for a little while and Vanessa, play with Vanessa. I run to Planet Fitness. I come to go see what's the status of my a membership that I was trying to get to lose weight because I had gained so much weight. Come back to the house. Then we go to Barbarino's.
So, Planet Fitness. What did you do at Planet Fitness?
I wanted to check the status of a membership that I had.
From what to what?
It's been canceled forever.
So you wanted to renew your membership.
That was a New Year's resolution to lose weight for
Okay.
the following year.
So I just want to be sure I'm understanding you. Christine is canceling her gym membership and you are initiating a new one for yourself. Is that what's happening here?
No,
No, what's happening?
I went to see the status on the membership that I had.
So you drove to Planet Fitness
Yes,
and you said my membership is in suspension
that I went to see how it was. Yes.
and now I'd like to reactivate it.
No, I didn't reactivate it.
So you drove all the way to Planet Fitness just to find out what the status of your membership was?
Not all the way. It's around the corner.
The telephone wouldn't work?
I just went and I just took a ride.
You didn't say on direct, you didn't tell us about the Planet Fitness trip, did you?
I didn't mention it.
No. So now, with regard to that, you come back and what happens next?
We go to Barbarino's.
Now, you said on direct that you were supposed to be at Barbarino's at 12 o'clock, correct?
12:15. Yes.
And you're not getting back from Planet Fitness until what time?
It was a 5-10 minute ride.
Okay. So, but it's almost already 12 o'clock.
No, I went upstairs in between 9 and 10. I went to Planet Fitness.
Okay. All right. So now, what time did you leave your house to go to Barbarino's?
11:15, 11:30.
And you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you stopped at a store along the way to buy a Lucy.
Yes.
And yet, in the car ride that you took with Detectives Froelich and Adcox when you left 105 First Avenue,
Yes.
you told them you're a sober person, you don't do weed, you don't drink alcohol, and you don't smoke. You told them that.
I'm talking to a police officer. Yes.
Yes, I assume.
Yeah. I'm talking to a cop.
So you wouldn't tell them, you would tell them you would be, it's unlawful. Are you suggesting it's unlawful to smoke cigarettes?
Not cigarettes, but to do drugs, it is.
But you said cigarettes.
Well, I'm trying to. I was down to one. That's why I said I buy Lucy's because I was cutting down, and I was trying to smoke one cigarette a day. So I just said that I'm quitting.
You told the officers you don't smoke cigarettes.
Well,
Yes or no,
I was
sir,
in the
please.
process.
I'm sorry?
I was in the process of not smoking.
Okay. So you lied to the officers when you told them that?
I guess you can say that, yes.
Okay. Now, when you stopped at the store, do you remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the statement that you gave to Froelich and Adcox on December the 3rd, the early morning, 5 o'clock in the morning statement, correct? You remember that statement?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The statement that was played here as an exhibit in this trial that you gave at Ansonia Police Department in the early morning hours of December the 3rd, 2019, between yourself, Detective Froelich, and Detective Adcox, where they took your clothing. Do you remember that conversation?
Well,
It's a yes or no. Do you remember the conversation?
I remember seeing it afterwards, but I don't remember being there or happening.
Okay. So, that was you on the videotape, correct?
It was me, yes.
All right. So now, in that particular conversation, you said nothing about going to the store for a Lucy.
For what?
You said nothing about going to a store for a Lucy.
It wasn't important.
It wasn't important.
No.
Okay. So now, the first time you ever told the story about the Lucy was December 12th of 2019. Hang on. December 12th of 2019. Do you recall that?
Probably.
And when you told the story about stopping for the Lucy, didn't you give a lot more detail to the detectives on December the 12th of 2019 than what you said on direct testimony here today? Isn't that right?
Probably.
You told them that you, out of courtesy for Vanessa and Christine, you lit up the Lucy outside the store and smoked it.
Probably.
You told them that you engaged in a conversation with a black guy that knew you from the days in the neighborhood, didn't you?
Probably. I don't remember this, but probably.
You told them that you were there for quite a long period of time talking to this guy.
Probably like 2-3 minutes.
You told them that while you were talking to them, people that you had had problems with in the past in the neighborhoods started to drive by.
Yes.
You told them that that those people followed you to Barbarino's.
I believe they did. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they did, yes.
All right. So let's back up for a second now. Let me get back to the weekend of December the 1st of 2019. I want to get into Saturday night into Sunday morning.
Okay.
You stated on direct that you saw people coming into your home.
That's correct.
And you stated that you watched somebody grab Vanessa and run out of the house. Is that correct?
I heard. I didn't see the person, but I heard.
How could you hear a person running out with Vanessa?
Well, I heard him in the area where the car seat is at, taking the car seat and going out the front door.
Well, we'll come back to the car seat later.
Okay.
But with regard to, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Morales, isn't that?
Yes.
Is Vanessa in the car seat?
No, Vanessa was on the bed next to Christine.
Okay.
When I went outside to smoke, Vanessa was on the bed next to Christine.
So, the defense exhibit, showing you states, I'm sorry, defense D again, you know, this was the internal sketch that you wrote of 6.5 Myrtle, correct?
Correct.
You had 5.5 years to think about this, correct?
Yes.
Why did you leave out Vanessa's crib?
I left out all the furniture out. None of
Oh,
the
that's not correct, is it, Mr. Morales?
Well,
You got your bed there.
Well, the bedroom area. I wanted
Yeah.
to.
Okay. You got your bureau there.
Yes.
You have a dresser here and a dresser here.
Yes.
You've got a washer and dryer in this.
Yes.
Why no crib?
I left all the furniture in this area out just to illustrate the whole living area.
So now, you heard somebody run out with Vanessa. You don't know that. That's what you're saying.
No, somebody did ran out with Vanessa.
But you said you couldn't see it. You were down on the
I was
ground.
down on the ground. Yes.
So you didn't see it. Did you see it?
I didn't see him run out
But you still believed at that time Vanessa was gone.
at that time.
Because
Yeah,
you
he
believed,
took her.
you believed that you heard whether you saw it or not, right?
No, I saw the guys that came in. One was struggling with Christine in the bedroom, and the other one was grabbing the stuff around the house, which was Vanessa, the car seat, and he ran out the front door.
So you saw then, so now you're saying you saw the guy grab Vanessa.
Well, partially I saw what was happening, but I was on the floor.
Well,
and I
I'm
was
trying to
high.
figure it out, Mr. Morales, because you've got one guy struggling with Christine, and if the baby's on the bed and that person would have had to have gone right past you to get to the bed area, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't get hit in the head, correct?
Correct.
So you're on all fours, having taken a shot to the ribs by your statement, and did you see the second guy rush past you to get Vanessa?
They both did. Yes.
Okay. They both did.
They both went. They both came in the apartment.
So now, the guy runs out the door with Vanessa, and you know that.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point is when you saw the second guy then beat Christine down with the crowbar.
Well, no, not at that point. When he ran out, I still hear the struggling happening in the bedroom area. Seconds later, I see Christine running towards the door area, and she either collapsed or she tripped. The guy is running after her, and he hit her with the crowbar
Okay.
when she was already on the floor.
Not just once.
No, he hit her once. He started cussing out. He said, "You scratched me, bitch." He cussed her on a couple of times, and then he hit her 2 more times. And as he was bringing the crowbar up, I see stuff coming out.
Her brains.
No, not her brain.
Because that fell out in the bathtub later on.
Probably,
Probably.
yes.
So now, you must have seen her get hit at least 8 times, right?
No, I saw. I don't know. I didn't get to see what was happening in the bedroom. I just heard the struggle. But I saw that when she fell by the doorway, he only hit her 3 times with the crowbar right there.
You heard Dr. Hartnett McCann testify that she counted at least 8 separate impact points, minimum.
Well, he did hit her pretty hard, extremely hard.
Oh, I got that. My question more is, you heard the doctor say she counted at least 8 separate marks on Christine's skull.
Well, I don't know what happened in the bedroom.
Okay.
Well, I heard the struggle, but I cannot testify to how many times he hit her over there or whatever. or which way I know that she collapsed in front of me.
Mr. Morales, did you kill Christine Holloway?
No,
Mr. Morales, were you so intoxicated on a substance, PCP or alcohol or any other substance, that you do not remember killing Christine Holloway?
I did not kill Christine Holloway.
I just want to be sure, right? We heard the 911 tape. Is there any possibility that this is a delusion that you are engaged in?
No,
Okay. And you're 100% sure of that?
I'm 100% sure that people came into the apartment.
People
yes.
came into your house and they killed.
Well, one of them did, yes.
Okay. So let's go back to Barbarino. You made it up to Barbarino,
Yes,
and you say Christine purchased a car.
yes.
You were about to say, we purchased a car?
No, we were in Barbarino's for like
Okay.
4 hours.
You said on direct that the plan that was here was first Christine was going to get the car and then you were going to get a new car.
Yes,
Yet you didn't have a job at that time.
I was gonna get a job.
You were going to get a job. You had no job at that time, right?
At the moment, at the time, no.
In fact, you had no money at that time. Isn't that right?
Well,
Hmm?
money was going faster than it was coming in. So yeah, I had no money.
Isn't it true that you owed money to a bank? Didn't you tell the police officers about the money that you owed the bank?
Well, it was a collection.
It's a yes
agent.
or no, sir.
Yes,
So you had a bank chasing you for the money that you owed them.
a collection agency, I believe it was. Yes,
Okay. All right.
like $300.
Right. Okay. Well, and in fact, when you went to the Shell station, your card was declined for insufficient funds, wasn't it?
No,
You have a clear memory that you entered the wrong PIN number?
I couldn't figure out the numbers.
How is it possible that you have a memory that you couldn't figure out the numbers versus that the card was declined for insufficient funds?
Because I kept trying the numbers multiple times and I couldn't figure it out.
So you have a memory of not being able to figure it out.
It didn't work.
You have a memory of it not working.
I couldn't purchase anything. I couldn't buy the cigarettes that I wanted to buy.
Your Honor, I would move at this point to strike it. It's not responsive. Do you?
Hold on, let me strike it. Ladies and gentlemen, I will strike the last response, and the answer does call for a yes or no, Mr. Morales, okay?
Do you have a memory of why the card didn't work?
No,
Okay. So you don't know if the card was declined or not.
I do know.
How do you know if you don't have a memory?
I couldn't buy the cigarettes.
I understand. But isn't it equally as probable that the card was declined because of your financial problems?
No,
No. So you have a memory of why it was.
I don't understand what you get into.
So, back up to Barbarino's. We're at Barbarino's, and what happened from there?
Well, a car was chosen. I was asked to go to the house and get the Mazda that was going to be traded in for the car as part of the down payment. And I drove to my parents' house in the
Okay, so let's stop there for a second. So now, you're going to Barbarino. You've withdrawn. Christine has been looking for a car for at least several weeks prior to this event, correct?
No,
Did the text messages that we looked at earlier discuss cars?
we said that we have to get a car.
Right, you were discussing it in the text messages,
We
weren't
didn't-
you?
We never looked for a car though.
She said she was going on the web
She was using my car.
She said, would you like me to show you the text again?
No, you don't have to.
So you remember, she said she's going on the web to look for a car, correct?
Probably.
Would you like me to show you the text message again?
You don't have
I can do it for you if you'd like. I'll go get it.
You don't have to.
Do you remember her saying to you, she's going on the web to look for a car?
Well,
It's a yes or a no.
I don't remember, but she probably did said it.
Page 407, Mr. Morales, in the text message chain.
Can we just identify? the-
Sure, I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Exhibit 177.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The very bottom. Thought we were in this together and we took care of each other. I can see now I was wrong. I will do money tonight and look at website for car on 11/22. Do you remember that?
I see, yes.
My question to you now is, you were in the market for a car at least by 11/22.
I guess.
So the question is then, withdrawn, of the two cars that you had, her car was worse than your car, right?
Yes.
That's why you were getting rid of it.
Yes.
Why are you driving your car up to Barbarino where you have scheduled an appointment, correct?
Yes.
This is not, we're just going to look. You have an appointment with a salesman.
That's correct.
Why are you driving your car?
Because we didn't know if we was gonna get accepted.
Well, assuming,
She was gonna try. We were there to try. We was gonna try it, but
Try.
he got through. He went through.
okay.
So it was good.
Does it make sense that you're driving your car?
Yes, because her car was in really bad shape.
Okay.
That's the reason why she was having. That's the reason why she had my car, because I didn't want to be driving around in her car. It had no
I understand.
AC, and it will shut off in every stop, every red light.
But you still now have to come back to New Haven, so you say, right?
Yes.
And you still have to get this car that has all these problems and still drive it back up to Wallingford.
Yes.
So either way, the car was going to have to make the trip from New Haven to Wallingford.
Yes, but only me
Okay.
in the car.
I got you. So now, before you left to go back down to New Haven, tell me what steps that you took after saying, bye to Christine and Vanessa, I'll be right back. What did you do?
I got in the car and drove to my parents' house.
This is your car that you drove up there.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a child seat in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a different seat than the one that's in Christine's car?
No, it's the same.
You only have one child seat between the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you took the child seat with you back to New Haven?
The base. Not
The-
the car seat, just the base that was in the car.
Okay. So now you get back to New Haven and you get Christine's car,
Yes.
and what happens next?
I park the Nissan and I get in the Mazda and I drive back to Wallingford.
Did you take anything?
No. I forgot the base to the car seat.
You forgot the base to the car seat.
Yeah.
You left that back at New
No.
Haven?
I left it in the Nissan, yes.
Okay. So, how did Vanessa get home in the new car?
I did with the seat belt in the back seat. I tied the seat belt to it, and then with the passenger seat, I pushed the passenger seat back, and with the backrest of the passenger seat, I pinched it to get to the car seat, and it was very steady.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like this is one of those car seats like a Duna, right? Where the infant carrier fits into a base and it locks in.
Yes,
And that the base itself is usually, there's like alligator clips
Yes,
that clip
yes.
in and grab anchors in the car, right?
yes,
So person can carry an infant around in this carrier and then just drop it and lock it into the
yes,
base.
yes.
So on the carrier, there are no seatbelt safety holds, are there?
No,
So your way of transporting your daughter back was just to wedge it between the seat and sort of wrap a seatbelt around it?
well, not wedge it, but yes.
And it sounds kind of unsafe, don't you think?
Well, we did it for months when Vanessa was first born.
Okay.
We only had a car seat without a base for 2 months.
I'm not asking about other times. I'm asking, does it sound safe to drive from Wallingford to New Haven with a child in an unanchored car seat?
It was pretty steady. It's pretty steady.
Do you think, where you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury on direct that you took the car for a joyride, wasn't that your words?
Yes,
So you have this child that's loosely sort of strapped in the back there,
not loosely, it's tight.
and you're not taking a direct path home. You're driving all around to check out the new car.
We didn't go nowhere far.
So now you got back on Friday. Got this new car, and you went back into helping your mom decorate the house. Is that what you recall?
Yes,
And everything's good for you at that point, right?
everything is good for all of us at that
For
point.
you, for Christine, Vanessa, everything is good.
Everything is good.
Can I ask you why then, over a holiday weekend, a man who's in a good relationship would decide to leave the mother of his child and his child at night to go and meet some guy? Why would you do that?
The proposition was that he was going to hook me up for the ride to Bridgeport and back.
I understand. So, and I understand what you've told these people. You are telling them you're in a good relationship, but yet you are leaving your infant daughter and the mother of your child to go back to Ansonia so that you could go meet some guy. Is that what's
I
happening?
went to meet Hector, yeah.
Silly.
It's not that it's silly, it's
There's
that
no
we needed the money.
no, that was
I'll strike any responses.
He called me silly.
no.
I'm gonna strike your responses, Mr. Morales. There's no question pending.
Just so the record, I put a cough drop in my mouth and then realized that I won't be able to talk with it, so I was spitting it into a napkin. With regard to then Friday night, you drove your car to Hector's and then from Hector's house to Bridgeport. Is that right?
Yes,
And now Hector, for a second, this is a guy, you didn't know his last name, right?
yes,
You didn't know his street address, where he lived, right?
yes,
And in fact, you had only met him like a few weeks before at a nursing home, isn't that right?
yes,
Okay. And that you drove to Bridgeport, and your expectation was that you were, I think, going to buy some weed, right?
Well, he said that he just told me that he
I'm
needed
going to
a
ask.
ride and he
I'm
was
going to
gonna-
object to what he said, Your Honor. It's also non-responsive. I asked what his expectation was.
Okay, so again, I will strike the portion of the response that talks about what someone else said, I believe referring to Hector. So from there on, and we'll re-ask the question.
I'll re-ask the question. You drove Hector. It was your expectation that he was going to buy weed. Yes or no, sir?
No, that wasn't exactly the way it was.
All right. So you got now to Bridgeport, and Hector left your car. Is that right?
We got to Bridgeport and what?
Hector left your car.
What you mean he left my car?
Got out.
Oh, yes. No, I never said he got out. We got to Bridgeport. We stopped in the gas station. He got out. Yeah, he went and bought something in the gas station.
Okay. But then you got to a place where a drug deal went down, right?
Yes.
Did it happen in your car?
No.
So he got out of your car to go and meet a drug dealer.
In a different car that was parked in.
So, in other words, you were not there when Hector made the purchase.
Exactly.
You did not see what Hector purchased.
He bought more than things, yes.
Did you see what Hector purchased?
No.
So you have no idea what Hector purchased.
I have an idea.
Well, the next thing you said on direct was at some point you stopped and Hector rolled this blunt and that he passed it to you and you shared it with him.
Yeah, I didn't say that we stopped. I was driving, and he was rolling as I was driving.
When you smoked the blunt, you started to describe the impact. Tell us about the impact again of when it...
Well, when I was smoking with Hector?
Yeah. How did it make you feel?
Well, I was getting high and high until the point that I passed out.
So just from that one hit at that point, you were blacked out. You were passed out.
No one hit. Half a blunt, probably.
Okay? You're passed out.
I passed out.
And you have no idea what you're doing after that.
No idea.
Okay.
Lucky that we didn't crash.
Lucky.
Yeah.
And that, but you didn't crash, did you?
No.
No. Now, with regard to this, somewhere along the line, you say that you, after returning to Hector's house, you then made your way up to 6.5 Myrtle.
Yes.
Attorney Stein, we'll be breaking shortly. Is this a good time to break?
Yeah, one final question, Your Honor. Thank you. And from the time that you left Hector's house in East Haven, you maneuvered all the way up to Ansonia back to 6.5 Myrtle.
Well, I stopped.
It's a yes or no question.
I maneuvered, yes.
You drove your car.
But I made a few stops.
You remember stops.
I remember one stop in particular.
Okay. So you remember a stop, and you remember that you drove your car all the way from East Haven. What roads did you take?
That I wouldn't be able to tell you.
So you remember making stops, but you don't remember what road you took.
Well, that's the reason I made the stop, because I couldn't really concentrate or focus. So I started to give myself some time to get back to reality. So
Because your executive functions were impaired.
because I was impaired, yes.
And that impairment produces an inability to operate a motor vehicle. Wouldn't you agree with me, Mr. Morales?
Well, it makes
It's a yes or no question. Would you agree that cognitive impairment would prevent you from operating a motor vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You drove from East Haven to Ansonia, an automobile, correct?
Yes.
Did you get into a motor vehicle accident at all during this trip?
Luckily not.
Did you get pulled over by a police officer anywhere along the line during this trip?
No.
Did you successfully navigate traffic lights and traffic control signals?
Not really. That's why I stopped
Okay.
and waited for a while before I started getting control.
A while? How long's a while?
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Well, you told us earlier that you left Hector's, it was after 11 o'clock, didn't you?
No.
What time did you leave Hector's?
I would say I couldn't tell you exactly, but somewhere in between 10 and 12, somewhere in between there.
On direct examination, this will be my final question before lunch, Mr. Morales. On direct exam, you were rattling off times with specificity to the minute. Do you remember that?
No.
You don't remember saying that you arrived at places like at 1:09 or 1:13. You don't remember that at all?
No.
When Attorney Gavin was asking you questions?
No, I remember sometimes, not all the times.
Okay. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
And was this taken on Monday night, December the 2nd, or into the early morning hours of December the 3rd?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
You know that.
That's fine. He answered. I'm not sure. I'll allow it. Yeah, it was already answered.
So, you testified on direct that after the person ran out of your home with Vanessa and killed Christine, that somehow you made it out to the front of your house. You recall that?
Yes.
And would you agree that this is the front of that house?
Yes.
And where did you go to?
To the screen, to where the screen in the front door, the screen door, that area.
So if I'm you stood here.
Right, yeah. Behind that.
By
Yeah.
the door.
Yes.
The record show reflector, and I've got a pointer that is pointing to the front door.
All right. The record will reflect it. Thank you.
And you said that you saw the individuals, they ran out to the corner of West and Myrtle Ave.
Correct.
And that you would agree with me that there are trees here, correct?
That's right in front of the apartment, yes.
Okay. The property slopes away, right?
It slopes down, yes.
And the road, West Avenue, also slopes away as it's traveling down towards Cottage.
Yes. West Street, yes.
You said that you watched these individuals run to a car that was waiting for them.
No. I
What
didn't
did you say?
that. I only saw the one guy run out to a car. I saw the headlights of a car that was coming from Myrtle Ave and turning down West Street.
Okay. And the one guy that you saw, was it the first guy with Vanessa or the second guy who killed Christine?
The first guy with Vanessa had already gone. The second guy is the guy that I saw leave.
So you have no idea then where the first guy with Vanessa went to?
No.
Okay. So the second guy now you see run to this car that stopped.
No, he didn't stop. It slowed down.
The guy jumped into the car while it was
Moving.
Still moving?
Yes.
Okay. So someone had opened the door, presumably? for
I
him?
don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, did he go in through the window?
He probably opened the door himself. The car was going, it was moving in slow motion, slow.
I want to show you your defense exhibit, all right? You have a monitor up on the screen?
I do.
We're going to show you your video, which is going to show a car that is turning left from Myrtle onto West Street. You can see the headlights.
If we could just refer to the exhibit.
It is defense F.
F?
Oh, yes. So I'll let you. So this is your exhibit now, and you'll agree it's running. That was a good 15 or 20 seconds, was it not?
Probably.
Did you hear anybody scream?
I didn't.
Did you scream, stop, come back?
I didn't say anything.
Now, you see the headlights of the car is making its turn. Tell Attorney Durso here when to stop when the car slows down for the guy to get in.
The car is already in slow motion.
Well, we'll back it up for you. Let it play through. At what point in that turning process did that car slow down to allow a passenger to get in?
Up in the corner when he turned from Myrtle into West Street.
Did you see it in this video?
You can't see nothing in that video. You see headlights.
Did you see anybody running in the headlights that was sitting there? Did you see a
Why
person?
would he run across the car? He's coming from the left side and he's jumping into the.
Did the car not come out of Myrtle? So its headlights would have been pointing right at 6.5, right towards
Yeah.
the direction of your home. Somebody that's running towards a car.
He running from the house across the street towards the passenger door of the car.
Now you're saying they.
No, I said he.
You just said they moments ago. Is it they or him?
I said he, him.
Can we see the other defense video, please? This is going to be defense H, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Attorney Durso, I'm sorry. Can you switch us over just to the other one? Defense U, Your Honor. This is the map you drew for these exhibits, is it not, Mr. Morales?
Yes,
So again, this is 6.5 Myrtle. That car just came out of this direction and turned down West Street, correct?
correct.
This next camera that you offer as defense H is over here on Cottage Ave, correct?
Yes,
So it is looking back in a direction this way.
yes, correct.
So I'm going to ask you to pay attention to what will be the upper right-hand corner of this, where you will see a car come out of Myrtle and down West. And I would like for you to stop me when you see that car slow or stop.
Excuse me, is this H?
We're now going to H.
H, thank you.
So if I can. So this is, are we running it?
Not yet.
Okay. So this is Cottage Street, right?
Yes,
This is Judson.
yes,
Myrtle runs between Judson and West is over here somewhere.
yes,
And West comes back down to Cottage.
correct.
Watch for headlights in this upper corner and you let me know when you see it stop or slow down. The car made a left-hand turn from Myrtle onto West and came all the way down West. Did you see it stop? Did you see it slow down?
It was slow on Myrtle Avenue.
From the exhibit you just saw, identify the point where it stopped or slowed down to allow a passenger to get in.
It's not to identify a point. The car was already in slow motion on Myrtle Avenue. It wasn't fast and it slowed down. It was coming extremely slow down Myrtle Avenue, then it turned into West Street.
Yeah. Back on the Elmo, please. been marked states 29 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me whether you recognize what this is?
That's the inside of the apartment looking from the door in.
Okay. And you will agree with me that this area by my finger, this is the area of heavy blood concentration that you cleaned up.
Yes.
And you will agree with me that this is the area where Christine Holloway was beaten to death.
Yes.
There is a recycling pail right by the door here that contains State's Exhibit 30. These contents here. How many cans of natural ice are present here, Mr. Morales? Can we count them together? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's a Bud Light Lime over here.
Yeah, I see it.
Right. And some water bottles right in the recycling bin by the door.
Yes.
Did you drink those?
Probably. Not that night, but throughout.
Throughout what? That whole weekend when you were cleaning the scene?
No, throughout the weeks. That's the recycle bin. We recycle the bottles. So they stayed there for weeks until we was full, then we go and recycle them.
You had bags. You had bags outside on the front deck covered in snow, did you not?
No, it wasn't snowing yet.
Were there not bags of alcohol beer bottles out on the deck when the police first got there?
On the deck? Yes.
Yeah. So those were outside and bagged and ready to go for recycling.
That's where we put them before we recycle them. We filled the little container inside the apartment. Once that's filled, we put it in the big bag and we put it in the front deck. Once those two get filled, eventually we get to them.
Looks pretty full right here now, doesn't it, Mr. Morales? Back on 29. It's up to the top, isn't it?
It is.
Christine Holloway did not have any alcohol in her system at the time of death. You heard that testimony, right?
She didn't really like to drink.
She didn't drink.
Maybe wine once in a blue, but that's about it.
She was a church girl, was she not?
We were. We are. I am. We were.
I'm not asking about you. I'm not asking about you.
Okay.
I'm asking about Christine Holloway.
Okay.
She was a church girl.
Yes.
She believed strongly in God.
Yes.
She prayed all the time for your relationship.
Yes.
She belonged to an organization called the Columbiettes.
Yes.
That is an organization that is a religious organization like the Knights of Columbus for women, correct?
Yes.
Did you belong to the Knights of Columbus?
I was in the process of joining.
Okay. In process of joining,
Yes.
as you're smoking PCP.
That was a relapse.
Move to strike non-responsive, please, Your Honor.
Court will strike it.
So now on States 32, you recognize States 32.
I do.
And Christine Holloway was beaten to death and collapsed right over here by this closet.
Well, a little bit closer to the tiles. Like her upper body was on the tile, and her head was on the board, the wall board, the base board.
This is the area of heavy blood concentration, is it not?
Yes.
The wound was to her head, was it not?
Yes.
Blood would come out of a wound and soak into a porous surface like a carpeting. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So her head would have been in the heaviest concentration of where the blood is. Isn't that right?
No, her head was in the tile area.
So that somehow now all this blood just ran back towards the crib?
Well, when I cleaned it up, I used water, and the water spread it out through the carpet.
By the way, that is the correct position of the crib, right? Because it wasn't in your diagram, correct?
The crib was, yeah, closer to, if you close the closet door, it was right next to the closet door.
And the diaper genie was right next to it, wasn't
The
it?
diaper genie was on that corner right here on the corner of the wall, on like the first tile right there.
You stated on direct that when you were sitting on the toilet, and let me sort of go back to that, your testimony was that you went outside to smoke PCP, and then after smoking the PCP, you came into the bathroom to smoke a cigarette.
I came into the bathroom because I was dazed out, incapacitated, ready to pass out from the PCP, and I sat down on the toilet, and that's when I lit a cigarette on.
Okay. So you're outside smoking the PCP, but at this point you're dazed and incapacitated, but you're going to have now a cigarette inside. You could not have the cigarette outside?
I couldn't hardly walk outside.
All right. So you couldn't hardly walk. That's why you came inside to have the cigarette.
No, I came inside to sit down. While I was sitting down, I lit up a cigarette.
All right. And you told us that with regard to that because you were courteous and you didn't want to smoke in the house, you opened up the skylight at that point.
No, the skylight was open. We leave it open, so I was allowed to smoke in the bathroom. So the skylight, we leave it open. The front window, once I open the front window, then the smoke goes out.
The temperature outside is freezing, Mr. Morales. It's getting ready to snow.
Yes?
Is it not?
Yes.
Did you not tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury on direct that you opened the skylight at that point to smoke? Did you not tell them that on your direct testimony?
No, the skylight, we leave it open, cracked.
My question to you is, did you say on your direct examination that at that point in time is when you opened up the skylight? Did you say that when Attorney Gavin was asking you questions?
I don't believe that's what I said.
Okay, all right. Because had you said that, that would have required you to have climbed up onto the edge of the bathtub to get up to open up the skylight, right?
Yes,
Sustained.
it's true.
And you couldn't have done it then because you were blacked out,
I was high.
incapacitated.
I was high. I wasn't blacked out yet, but I was on the way to.
I have no questions, gentlemen. Now, you said at this point in time, this is when you see the home invaders coming through the window. Is that right?
No, they didn't come in through the window.
That's when you said you saw them.
Yes.
Mr. Morales, in States 39, as a full exhibit, there is a heavy towel that is a window dressing on that window.
Yeah, that's yes.
If you're sitting on the toilet, how are you looking out that window?
Well, I had to open the window to let the smoke out.
Why don't you leave the window open all the time like you do the skylight, if that's where you
Because
smoke?
then it'll freeze the bathroom.
So the bathroom will freeze if you leave the window open, but you can leave the skylight open.
Once you open the second window, air starts circulating.
Mr. Morales, if you something is hot, right, like a house or a flame, and you put your hand above it, what happens with heat?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
What
If he
happens
knows.
with heat if you put your hand above a flame?
I guess you burn your hand?
Because heat rises, right?
Yes.
So if the skylight's open, heat's going up in the house and out through the skylight, right?
Yeah.
So now that window is now going to suddenly cause your house to freeze?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Well, not the house, but the bathroom.
The bathroom. Now, you also, you got a candle burning.
Yes.
And you told us on direct that that candle was to mask the cigarette smoke.
Yeah, I turned that on. Yeah, not the cigarette smoke, the black and mild, a cigar.
We're talking about you went in and you lit a candle when you were smoking in there.
Yes.
You said you were smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, but this is not the one that this is the one that I lit up. It's that one, but it's when I was smoking the cigar.
So that's later on.
Yes.
You went and got the black and mild cigar though after Christine Holloway was dead, didn't you?
Yes.
Why you light the candle? Who are you trying to mask the smoke from at that point?
Habit.
Habit.
I guess
Okay.
it's a strong smell.
Was she in the bathtub at that point when you lit the candle?
No.
No. You said that while you were sitting on the toilet smoking, and you made the observations that you made, you got your phone out and you dialed 911.
I did.
You had absolutely no problem dialing 911, right?
I had problems. Yes.
Question is, did you connect to 911?
I did.
So you were able to dial the numbers 911 send, and it connected you to Officer Trosser at the Ansonia Police
I
Department.
did.
Okay. No problems there, right?
I had problems. I tried many
Well,
times.
the question is, did
Objection,
you?
Your Honor. Can he answer the
Sustained.
question?
He answered no. So go ahead.
You dialed 911 send.
I did.
You spoke to a police dispatcher.
I tried to.
You spoke to a police dispatcher. Yes.
Yes.
You said Myrtle Ave, Myrtle Ave, Myrtle Ave. Right?
Yes.
Now, at this point, you've already made the observation of people coming across Myrtle Avenue, correct?
Yes.
So time has passed. How long would it take someone to get from wherever you first saw them to get up to your front door?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I don't know exactly what they're doing out there.
Hold on a
It's an
minute.
objection, you have to stop.
All right.
Calls for speculation. You say sustained.
From the time that you saw them, you dialed 911 till the time they were inside your home, how much time went by?
Probably 2-3 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes to get from outside your home to an open front door?
Objection.
Not.
Hold on a minute. Let me hear the objection.
He is asking the question of how long it would take somebody to get there.
I understand.
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Morales, when you left the porch after you smoked PCP outside, your testimony on direct was you went back in and you left the front door open.
I did.
Right. So now my question is, you said 2 or 3 minutes for the people to get from where you first saw them into your house through the open front door. Is that what we're saying?
That's how long it took. Yes. I don't know what they were doing out there.
I have nothing further with regard to that. And that during that 2 or 3 minutes, you did warn Christine about them coming, correct?
I didn't.
She was awake, you said, watching television, right?
She was.
And in fact, the 911 tape, you heard it play for 1 minute and 14 seconds, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And during that time, the 911 dispatcher heard soft conversation occurring in the background at 1 minute and 14 seconds. Do you recall that?
I heard Christine's voice, yes.
Okay. And you said that the reason why Christine wasn't aware of them coming because she was watching television.
Yes.
So there's a television right here in this bedroom area. States 37. There's the TV right by the dresser in the upper right-hand corner of the picture, right?
Yes,
So
correct.
you're saying that TV was on.
I'm saying that she was watching TV sitting on the bed.
So that television was on,
I believe so, yes.
okay? And that you said you came out and were somewhere over here, I believe, was your direct testimony.
Yes.
So while we're hearing your voice and Christine's voice, we're not hearing the television in the 911 call, are we?
Christine will keep the TV volume low because she don't want to wake up Vanessa.
So how did she watch the TV then?
Very low.
Did you hear any TV in the background of the 911 call?
I just heard her voice
And your voice.
and my voice.
You told this jury that you got punched in the chest, correct?
No. Punch on the right side of my head, my face.
Right side of your face.
Yes.
All right. So which direction were you standing at the time that you got punched in the face?
Towards the front door.
So you were looking towards the front door. So if the front door is over there and you're over by the island, so you got punched on this side of your
Yes,
face.
correct.
Okay. And did you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you got knocked to the ground?
Well, I lost my balance and went down, yes.
Did you tell them that you had a bruise on your chest because you got knocked down to the ground?
I didn't
You got
say
hit in the
anything.
chest.
I said I got kicked, yes.
I'm sorry?
I said I got kicked in my chest. I didn't say I had a
Kicked in your
bruise.
chest.
Yes.
Okay, so you remember now getting kicked in the chest.
That's what I said. I got hit in my chest, yes.
Okay, so 67, that's how you're accounting for this bruise, right?
Objection to the form of the question.
I'm not accounting for
Hold
anything.
on, sustained.
State 67, how did you get the bruise?
That probably comes from that.
Okay? Did you
I-
have any kind of a bruise on your face?
It was red.
Your face was red.
Yes, the right side of my face.
I have the picture of him. This came in through the state police. About 66. Showing you state 66 as a full exhibit, Mr. Morales. I'll zoom in for you. Can you point out the bruising on your face?
I got hit on the right side of my face, yes.
Can you show us, would it be helpful to step down and show us or is there something you can tell me? What do I see here? Am I seeing anything?
I don't see, I can't see anything in that picture.
Okay,
It's not
and
clear
you agree
enough.
with me, this picture was taken at the Ansonia Police Department on December the 3rd.
Yes,
2019.
yes.
So now, I'm showing you states 33 as a full exhibit. Where are we looking at here?
Towards the kitchen area, the island, and,
Okay.
and the sink and the cabinets.
Now, you stated on direct, first of all, that the fan in the apartment was on high when this happened. Do you recall that?
The fan was on.
Huh?
On. I don't know if it was on
Hold
high.
on, just hold on, we have an objection.
Objection. I don't think he ever testified in regard to any fan.
Yeah.
Why don't,
Yeah, I'll just ask to object to the form of the question.
Mr. Morales.
rephrase the question, Attorney
Mr.
Steinman.
Morales, when the home invaders came in, did you say earlier that the fan was on already?
Probably.
Why?
Why what?
Why would the fan be on in winter time?
The-
When it's about to snow? Why do you have the ceiling fan on high?
The apartment is really hot, and the garage, they keep the heat on all the time, so the heat from the garage goes up. So we keep the window open and the fan on, because if not, it gets really hot in there.
And is that why, the same reason in states 10, you keep the bay window in the back of the apartment, is that open also because it's just very hot inside?
No, I opened that one because the smell of the cigar was all over the apartment, and I wanted to get it out of there.
After Christina's dead.
When I smoked,
After Christina's dead.
yes.
So now, back on states 33, Christine was very meticulous, was she not, about safety for Vanessa?
Yes,
She had these child locks on all of these cabinets.
we did, yes.
This was her apartment.
Our apartment,
You stayed there on weekends, Saturday and Sunday.
but it still was our apartment.
You stayed there on Saturdays and Sundays only, is that
And
right?
holidays,
And holidays.
yes.
Tell these people over here, how many times in Vanessa's entire life did you watch her without Christine being present? How many times?
A lot of times.
Number, give me a number. Where Christine was not present.
I can't give you a number as many times.
Didn't you tell the police Vanessa is always with Christine?
She is. She was, yes. She was always with Christine.
So with regard to these child safety locks, in order to get into these cabinets, you would have had to have disengaged them.
Yes.
And you had absolutely no problem bypassing these child safety locks this entire weekend, did you?
I had no problem, yes.
In fact, when you went and got this bucket, state 78 as a full exhibit, to clean up the bloody carpet, you had to undo the locks to get in there.
Well, the bucket wasn't in
Is that
there.
a yes or a no?
No,
You did, the lock was not engaged?
the bucket was not in there.
Where was the bucket?
The bucket was outside.
Okay, so you got the bucket, and then when you finished cleaning, you put the bucket back under the sink.
Yes.
So you had no problem disengaging the child lock, did you?
Yes.
You did have problems?
No, I didn't.
No problem?
No problem.
Okay. And in fact, in that side of that bucket, there was a bloody rag that was found, right?
Yes.
Because as you were cleaning up the blood and tissue, skull fragments, you rinsed that rag out in the sink.
In the garbage disposal.
Yeah, which is
Yes.
underneath the sink.
Yes.
So you had,
No, wait. On the garbage disposal is above the sink. It's next to the sink.
the garbage disposal is under the sink, sir. There's a switch, right?
The switch is on top, yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
The garbage disposal's underneath at the bottom of the sink.
But I don't need to get under the sink to use it.
I understand.
All right.
But, so you took the bloody rat, right?
Yes.
It had pieces of her skull in it, right?
No.
No?
No, I took the water from the bucket when I was cleaning the stuff, and I emptied the water in the garbage disposal.
So you took then the bloody stuff, which included skull fragments, and you rinsed it into the bucket.
I rinsed I poured the stuff that was inside a bucket into the.
Let's go step by step.
All right.
You didn't clean it up with your hands, did you?
So we are on the floor.
Yes.
All right.
You took a towel.
Couple towels.
You picked up pieces of her skull and blood and whatever else was there, and you put it into the bucket.
Yes.
And you took the bucket and you went over to the sink.
Yes.
And you poured it into the sink.
Yes.
And you turned the garbage disposal switch on to make it go
Attorney
down.
Stein, you can ask a question. I'm going to remind you about the conduct.
You turned the switch on to make it go down the drain,
Yes.
which chopped up the bone and whatever else was in there.
Attorney Stein,
Yes.
please, counsel, please, sidebar.
To the switch, you turned the switch on.
I did.
The water which was accumulating in the sink got sucked down into the garbage disposal.
Yes, I did that a couple of times.
Couple of times.
Yes.
And that included the skull of Christine Holloway.
Eating everything that was in the bucket.
Now, you told us about the candle already in states 39. You lit that at some later time when you were smoking a cigar after Miss Holloway's death, correct?
Yes.
How about these other candles in states 34 on the countertop? When did you light those?
No, them candles been on since Friday night, Saturday, I think.
So now you have a memory of Saturday.
Christine keeps the candles on all the time, 24/7. She loved candles. She had boxes full of candles.
And so that entire weekend, as you're moving around, you're just letting those candles burn.
Yes.
Okay. How long did Christine lay on the floor over by the crib before you moved her?
From around 2-ish in the morning all the way to somewhere in between 9 and 1 in the morning.
And you said that her head was on the tile portion leading out to the doorway, right?
Looking right. Yes.
Looking right.
Propped on the baseboard.
Okay. So you have a very strong memory of her head looking right, so you're seeing the right side of her head.
Yes. Well, the hair was a mess, so I couldn't really get a good look.
States 46, and it's sensitive.
All right, so for purposes of our viewers or people in the audience, the material to be displayed does contain sensitive information. I do have some people leaving. All right, Attorney Stein.
46, Mr. Morales.
That's the side of her head that you're looking at as she's laying there.
No, that's not the way that it was looking then.
That's the right side of her head, is it not?
It is.
So you're saying that side's not the side that was up.
That's the side I was up, yes.
So that's what you say.
I don't remember it like that.
I want to ask you, each and every time that you left this apartment over those next 30 some odd hours, did you just have to step over her?
No.
You were able to
Only-
shuffle by her?
Only the first time that I left the apartment and the second time that I left the apartment.
Because by then you moved her?
No, after the second time, that's when I moved her.
Okay. And when you moved her, you described her as being dressed in pajamas, a shirt and pajama pants,
She
right?
had a blue tank top and some pajamas, light color, I don't remember.
States 40 is a full exhibit. And you folded up the bathroom curtain and you dropped her into the tub.
I placed her there. Yes.
Isn't it true you did this Sunday afternoon, sometime after 2 and before 6 p.m.?
No.
Isn't it true that there were people downstairs in the garage that heard bang, bang, bang?
I believe Christopher was downstairs. Yes.
The banging was you dropping Miss Holloway into the tub.
No.
What was the banging?
The banging it was me banging on the floor, telling Christopher to stop the noise. Every weekend he'll come and stay for 4 to 5 hours with the saw on, and the apartment is built in the attic of a three-door garage. On the weekends we want to relax. Every weekend he a good guy, but every weekend he'll come to the garage and he start cutting wood, and he sounds upstairs like he's doing it in the living room in the middle of the apartment. And we usually don't say anything about it because Christine wouldn't allow me to go and say anything. She said, I'll call Carrie. But the baby couldn't sleep. Every weekend, this guy is downstairs with the saw on. So on Sunday, I was banging on the floor. She only heard it 3 times, but I was banging more than 3 times. And he heard. When I banged loud, he heard because he stopped it.
Christine Holloway is dead in that apartment. You are cleaning up a gruesome crime scene, and you're concerned about the noise coming from the garage downstairs. Can I finish my question?
Yes.
And you are concerned about the noise that's coming from downstairs? Is that yes or no?
It was driving me crazy.
Oh, okay, driving you crazy. It was disturbing the ambiance of your moment?
The moment was so stressful and so out of it.
I got it. Let's see. So now, after you moved Christine's body, actually, it was before. In fact, wasn't it about 6 a.m. on Sunday morning when you made the kitchen run?
Yes.
So, states 93. This was your. This is the diaper genie that was right by the recycling bin. Is that what you're telling us?
I put that in one of the bags. Yes.
Okay. States 80 is a full exhibit. What do you recognize this to be?
Toys and miscellaneous stuff.
This miscellaneous stuff all belongs to your daughter, Vanessa Morales. Correct?
Yes, yes,
There's a baby bottle in there.
it is.
That's her bottle.
One of them.
And you took all of these things and you threw them into a bag because they were covered with blood.
I did.
But things that didn't have blood you left behind, right?
Probably. I was just grabbing everything that I see that had blood on it and putting it in bags.
So one of the things that you grabbed was Exhibit 104. This is your daughter's size 2 crock, is it not?
Yes,
And it's got blood on it.
it was probably in there in the way where the blood was at. Yes,
All right. And this is Christine's blood.
it is.
And yet, states 175, the pair to it was completely unaffected
It was somewhere else
somewhere else. So
in the apartment.
you left that one behind.
I only took the stuff that was in the area where Christine was laying at.
Some more of those things. States 98, you took your daughter's puzzles.
Yes,
And 101, this was the green shirt that you were wearing.
no,
It's not?
no, that was one of the shirts that was also in the mix under Christine.
Okay. What were you wearing? What were you wearing as you were cleaning up before you made your education run?
I wasn't cleaning up then. I was just picking up the stuff.
Stuff had blood on it.
Yes,
What were you wearing as you're picking up all this bloody stuff?
the same stuff that I had on when you guys took from me in the police station. That's the same. I didn't change. I had the same clothes the whole weekend.
Like for maybe the Shell station. You had the desk, right? I have a desk, yeah. So bring me to the Shell station video, please.
169.
So this is now states 169, Your Honor. We're queuing it up to the gas station. This is now. I'll just wait for a second. Now you looked at this on direct with your attorney. You said that you left your house at 6:30, traveled past the Ansonia Police Department at Elm Street. You would have come to the intersection at that point of Division, Derby Ave.
Yes,
You turned left on Derby Ave, went down to the education bins,
yes,
came back, went to the Shell station.
yes,
Okay? So you were wearing the same clothes, that's what you just told us, as what you were wearing at the police station 24 hours later.
Well,
Is that what you just told us?
I had a shirt with like a American flag on
Play it, please.
the front.
I have to switch it there. Sorry. Yep. Stop it. You will agree with me, Mr. Morales, you are in a gray t-shirt, some sweatpants, and black sneakers.
Let it get closer. You'll see the flag.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that there's a flag there, sir. I'm asking you right now from this, you are in a t-shirt with a black flag, sweatpants, and black sneakers that have a white sole on them.
Yes, that's me.
Okay?
That's me.
you. So play, please. So, Mr. Morales, the video has stopped. May I have a second, please, Your Honor?
Where's, maybe 100. One hundred, 111.
So 100 is not
Right.
the right one. She mentioned 100, but, oh, that's
Mr. Morales, in this video, where it stopped right now, you are wearing black sneakers with a white bottom to the sneakers, are you not?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked states 171 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, these were the sneakers that were seized from you at the Ansonia Police Department?
I believe so.
These are black sneakers with black all the way around. Do you see any white trim on these sneakers?
No.
So you're not wearing the same sneakers at Ansonia PD the following day.
No.
And in fact, weren't the clothing that were seized from you consisted of several long sleeve shirts and a hoodie?
Yes. No, 2 shirts and a hoodie.
Long sleeves.
I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
You think you were wearing a short sleeve shirt?
I think I had 2 short sleeve shirts, yeah, and a hoodie.
So now with regard to this video,
Yes.
obviously you cleaned yourself before going on this run.
No, just the sneakers. I put the other sneakers that have blood on them. I left them in the apartment, and I put those on for the ride.
You said, oh, so you remember now, you changed shoes just for the ride.
Because I stepped on it. I said that I stepped on the blood, and I left prints on the carpet. I said that before.
Gotcha. Okay, so now, you said, you told the jury earlier that all the stuff, you packed it up into white garbage bags,
Yes.
and you put it out on the deck, staging it to go.
Yes, I put it out on the deck.
Okay. And you took those white bags and you did what with them?
I put them inside a big black contractor's trash bag.
Before I leave that, I did also just want to ask you about this. States 90 is a full exhibit. You took things out of the closet that were that were hanging up as well, did you not?
Not sure what you're referring to.
States 90 is a full exhibit. Do you recognize this, Mr. Morales?
Yes,
What do you recognize it to be?
I gave it to Christine.
You like this coat, right?
It was too tight for me
You bought it for yourself.
a long time ago, but I couldn't fit it no more, so I gave it to her.
Okay. And this was hanging in the closet, was it not?
I'm not sure where it was.
Did you see a hanger?
I see a hanger.
And there is blood on the arm, and then something more than blood down here on the sleeve. Do you see that?
I see it.
Back on stage 1. This is the same coat.
Probably it is, yes. Probably, yes.
Same coat that Christine was wearing in the Halloween picture.
I think so. It's similar.
So now you said that you went down to the education bins. You drove past the Ansonia Police Department
I believe so, yes.
to Elm Street. You came down to the stop sign and you yielded to a car and then you went, right?
I went to the bin location, yes.
And did any part of you say, if I make a right-hand turn into the Ansonia Police Department, these people will be able to help me find my daughter? Did that thought enter into your mind at all?
It didn't.
And you took the white diaper genie and all, what did you say, 5 white bags?
Around that,
Did you take
sort
them,
of, yes.
Did you take them all at one time?
Yes.
Okay.
I put them all in the bag,
All in the black bag.
yes.
So the black bag contained the diaper genie and 5 white garbage bags of stuff.
Maybe.
Any loose stuff?
Well, some of the bags were open, yes.
So now some of the bags are open.
Yes. Like, I didn't tie them up really tight. They were open.
I thought on direct you said that you tied them really tight.
Not the garbage bags. I put them on the front deck.
And when you got to the education bins, what did you do with them?
I opened the trunk. I got the big black contractor bag out of the trunk, and I tried to stuff it inside a bin opening. I tried it several times. I tried to push it hard. I couldn't. It wouldn't fit. So I threw it back inside the trunk of the car. I opened it, and I started dumping the bags inside a bin.
So the diaper genie was too big to pack, so you just tossed that in.
Say that again?
The diaper genie was too big to
No.
fit in a bag, so you
No.
tossed it in. It wasn't in a white bag.
No, it wasn't a white bag.
Diaper
Everything,
genie was
everything was in a white bag. Yes, everything was in a white bag.
States 18. This is a picture taken by Mira Watkins when the diaper genie came out of the bin.
Where's the white bag, sir?
It's probably still in the bin.
Still in the bin.
Probably still in the bin. You see how the blood got all smushed together? That's because it was in a bag.
Okay. So here, States 21, this is a photograph, sir, from Education taken by the police with all the stuff that came out of the Education bin. Where's the white bags?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know how we could possibly answer.
They probably.
All right, hold on, there's an objection pending. I'll sustain the objection if you want to lay a foundation.
Sure. Looking at the photograph, which is a full exhibit, do you see any white bags there?
I see the basket, and I don't know what's inside the other bag.
My question to you, sir, is do you see any white garbage bags in this photo?
I can see through the plastic.
That's a
It's-
yes, that's a yes.
No, all right, no.
Now, you talked about, I'm sorry, withdrawn. When you left the education bin and you threw this stuff in, back to the Shell station, blood-free, you had no blood on you.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
You saw your photo there. Did you have blood on you?
I didn't see any, but that doesn't mean I didn't have any on.
You went back to 6.5 Myrtle, and you stayed there with Christine's dead body until Monday afternoon.
That's when I left. Yes, Monday. After,
Monday
yeah.
afternoon. After the police officer came to the house is when you left.
Yes.
And when you were brought back to your house by the detectives after you gave your statement, right? Where you mentioned nothing about any of this, correct?
Well, I don't remember that. I don't remember that interview.
And you were there with your parents in your home
Yes.
as you got the news of Christine's death and Vanessa's disappearance. You had absolutely zero emotion.
I already knew what happened.
But you did show a reaction when the police told you that they took your car. Your head snapped around to the window, and you seemed to be distressed by that.
I didn't know about that.
You didn't know about what?
That they took the car.
You just found out there, right?
Yeah.
So that surprised you,
I just found out there. Yes.
because in the trunk of that car was 55. The black contractor bag was still in the trunk.
Yes. I didn't know that I have left that there,
Okay.
but when I threw everything in the bin, it was empty, so I just closed the trunk.
So the contractor bag bothered you because you knew it still had substantial amounts of blood. This is States 57, Your Honor, both outside the bag, right?
It didn't bother me. I didn't know.
Objection to the form of the question.
Overruled.
You knew that the contractor bag in the trunk of your car had substantial amounts of blood both on the outside and 57.
At the time, I didn't know that I had left the bag in the trunk.
Okay.
I forgot all about that.
All right. Easy thing to forget. But with regard to 59, on the inside as well. Of the bag.
All the other bags were inside of that bag. Yes, that's the bag where I put all the other bags in.
If everything was bagged on the inside, how did the blood get all over the inside of the bag?
Because some of the bags were open. I said that to you. Plus, I try to like smush it inside the opening of the bin, so who knows what happened inside of it.
Okay. You told Attorney Gavin on direct that you didn't have your key to get into Christine's house when you arrived there that weekend.
That's correct.
But you have a key to Christine's house.
Well, I used a spare key. We had a spare key in the kitchen, yes.
Okay. All right. So, at your house, you have key. You have in and out, right?
My parents' house, you mean?
No. Here. 6.5.
Yes, I have my own key.
And when you left, you locked the door on your way out.
I did.
And you did this, all of this, Mr. Morales, because why?
All of what?
Why didn't you call the police?
Because I was afraid that something might happen to my daughter.
Why didn't you attempt to do CPR on Christine Holloway?
You see the picture? Can you do CPR on that?
I don't know. How come you didn't tell your parents?
Oh yeah, Mom. By the way, I
Why-
was scared. I was freaking out. I was high. All I did was I hit myself in the room downstairs.
Why would you allow your parents to grieve over Vanessa being missing?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May I have 1 second, please?
Mr. Morales, I'd like to show you States 178 as a full exhibit. Do you recognize this quote that you entered into your Facebook?
Yes.
Can I read? Let me read it to you. I plan all the way to the end. The ending to me is everything. I always enter into action with boldness, and I must never accept the roles that society foists on me. I know what I want on this world, and I know how to get it. You wrote that, didn't you?
That's a quote from the 48 Laws of Power.
I didn't ask you.
It's a book.
You wrote that on your Facebook page.
I did.
I have nothing.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Morales, you may step out of the witness box. Thank you.